Hello and welcome. I'm Patrick Marlett, your local game guy, and today we'll be discussing The Lord of the Rings Tales of Middle-earth, both the main set and the commander set. But this is the show before the show where I check to make sure everything is working. I see people piling in, leaving. Do you like the Untapped loading screen? Do you not? It just gives us a chance to catch our breaths, sip some coffee. But I'm joined today by Will. You see Will there?
Yo.
Yes, my Palantir of Will. He'll make you mill, potentially let you give him a card or take damage. It's up to you.
You better be careful. I may exile a blue card and counter you with my force.
Exactly. Which is totally plausible. He's in those colors. But yeah, so how are your feelings on Lord of the Rings Tales of Middle-earth? Let him know. Let him have it.
Yeah, come at me.
No, but really, have you enjoyed the set? You guys in the audience too. So I've left a poll for you guys to participate in. You don't have to, but don't be a killjoy, okay? Everyone else is, so just be a lemming and jump off the cliff with everyone else. Did you like the flavor from the set or no? But No, but really, like I've heard left and right on the flavor of the cards from the set. I'm curious as to whether everyone's kind of come to an agreement. So far, 0% say it's lacking in flavor. 17% say it's okay, it's appropriate, and then 83% of you say very. You very much enjoy the flavor from the set. Will, how about you?
I think the flavor is good. Like, there's a lot of things that are just very small nods to the story that I like. For instance, the "What's in my pocket" golem that we got.
The what's
What
oh
what's in my pocket? What is it, a land or a non-land?
wait, why are we gonna get, just tell, point it out
We're
when
gonna
we.
get there. We're gonna get
Okay.
there.
All right, well, I hope so, because as I stated, this is going to be a full out set review. So we discussed some of the spoilers leading up till now, sort of discussing any of the notable ones that came across our radar. But this is like a second/third pass of the two sets, and I'm going to consider them separate sets despite them being in the same universe beyond. So we're just going to give you the stuff that we think is viable in a cEDH setting or is notable. I like highlighting abilities or effects in these reviews that I find interesting or there is a lack of, despite whether or not it's going to be playable in every single deck. So I think it'd be fair to say, Will, that we're going to be discussing cards that will either fit into a type of deck or a majority of all decks. Is that fair?
Yep, anything that is like notably playable that you could definitely see fitting in a deck, probably. That's what I would say. Because I will say for each of my cards, I either think it has a ton of potential, can do something amazing by itself, or will slot in well with some kind of deck.
How close do you guys want to get to me? Does it feel
Close
weird
and
being in?
personal.
I've just never. I've yeah, well, that was fun. I don't know why I had that urge. I was filming like a lot of stuff yesterday, and I was using the 70mm end of my camera for like a majority of the whole set, and I'm like, what would 70 look like here? Because people like that blown out background, right? Look how much creamy that bokeh is. Sorry, this is not for you, Will. This is really, I'm just entertaining myself. um, but yeah, I have only really picked out the cards that I find are viable. I'm of course biased because I do a lot of dumb things with my own decks. So nothing I would recommend, like that Sauron artifact thing, that four mana, make two of Grixis or draw a card or something. I'm like, that's cool. That might see play in someone's deck, but like, I feel like cards like that are very niche, and you're in
Yeah.
Grixis, right? So it's like, do you really need that in Grixis? Probably not. So I usually, what am I trying to say? It's the suggestions I make usually tread the water of like, maybe not playable, but I've got some good ones. I think I've got some good ones. But the enjoyable aspect of doing this live is the fact that if we miss something that you want to talk about, you can ask us about it. So far as the run of show is concerned, before we jump into this one, we're going to be going through these in Wooburg order, multicolored artifacts, lands, as is listed on Magic the Gathering's website. You can go to their card image gallery on the main site, not Gatherer, if you just want to follow along with these. There's also a link to Amazon or your local store where you can pre-order now. I'm not obligated to say this. Oh, I guess I should mention the MTG ambassador thing. But yeah, I like that that's all there. I don't remember those being there years ago. Or maybe I just wasn't looking, but the icons are rather big. So you could buy this stuff off Amazon. How about that? All right. Hey everyone, Majra. Okie dokie. So I'll not pester you with the bird tribal shenanigan. No, you can pester me with bird tribal. I'll
Oh yeah,
hear
we
it.
got the legendaries that are kind of fun for
Is there
birds.
is there a cycle of birds?
Yeah, we got a couple. We got a few. It's not like a ton, and I don't think there's anything that's like OP OP or anything, but it's if you want to do bird tribal, yeah, that would be fun for your casual deck.
Are there really any OP birds? I mean, there's birds of paradise.
Uh we have
Stormcrow. Stormcrow,
Yeah, Stormcrow.
right?
Dude, Stormcrow more powerful than Urza. He barely was able to compare himself to Stormcrow.
Yeah, and he felt embarrassed after saying it. He's like, I can't believe I just compared myself to a Stormcrow. God, what a dick. If you didn't watch our past Untapped podcast on the meme history of the Stormcrow, so good. Hi Rain X. Hi Ripkus. Hello. Majra says lol. And one last thing in the show before we begin, you might have noticed a very short announcement regarding the MTG Ambassador Program. What's that mean? More deadlines for me, but more content for you. Really, it's just an opportunity to discuss cards like on the forefront with everyone else with the new releases, unless there's a leak. And just give us a leg up on that. So I find that is going to help at least garner some attention, and then maybe our personalities or the content itself, but Lord only knows. Regardless, though, super thankful to Wizards for reaching out concerning the program. Very grateful to have you guys tune in week after week, and thank you for all of the congratulatory statements. It's very awesome, and there's going to be a lot of product to share around the office. I'm just going to call it the office. I mean, Will. And any writers that are on board with us at the time.
We're definitely in the same building and totally not in two different states.
Right. Yes. Yes. That's why we just we value our space. So that's why we have the podcast set up like this. He gets a much smaller bubble, and then I get a whole room to myself. But yeah, can you imagine? I mean, it's funny. Someone was like, "Hey, don't forget about the little people when you blossom." And I'm like, well. Let's just see the lotus petal blossom first, okay? Let's see this lotus what's it called? This black lotus bloom first, okay? But yeah, I'm excited for it. So thank you again for all the congratulatory statements. We're excited. There's a lot of stuff to talk about this year. Maybe some MTG Arena. I don't know. No promises. But I was thinking if I did do Arena, Will, that I would just do it before this stream. So like just get up at whatever hour, play a little bit, get my rankings up there, collect my crystals. I don't know is there a currency? I have no idea how. I haven't played Arena, but they're like, hey, did you want to play Arena? So I'm like, yeah, sure. Is it? Well, it's funny. Not to steal MTG's thunder, but you play Hearthstone, right? You yeah. Filthy defector. Don't you play Hearthstone in the morning?
I do play Hearthstone like every now and then because I'm like, oh, I can quickly play like a 2-minute game of Hearthstone usually, and that's totally fine and reasonable. Or I can play Battlegrounds when I want to just take a game action and step away for 2 minutes and then take another game action.
Right. But yeah, well, okay, so unfiltered MTG Arena, how does it stack up? I have not played it. I've seen, like, graphically it looks great. It's the same MTG we know and love, just digitized, right?
Yeah. It's okay. I'm not a big fan of standard or any of those type of formats that they have on Arena, so I don't use it, but I've heard good things.
Okay. Duly noted. So for the comments, morning guys, is Bowmaster is a good buy at $20? So
I honestly that
seems good to me.
I think it'll drop a little bit, but $20 is pretty fair.
Like non-foil standard, not full, like
yeah.
Right,
I assume it's
those standard version. Right.
It's a basic Bowmaster.
A basic Bowmaster.
What a basic Bowmaster.
Bowmasters, plural, sir.
Oh, true. Sorry, yeah, I forgot it's Orcish Bowmaster.
Well, there's two in the art, so that's why they're so good. One is calling the orcs, and the other is, like, killing things. And they're very quick about their business, because they have flash somehow. Matthias, I'm sorry. I feel like I mispronounce your name every time. Thank you for joining. Matthias, I would say 20 is fine. I usually recommend waiting, but it's one of those cards that I feel like is going to see a lot of play in a lot of formats, so Lord only knows. Sloth says, anyone's thoughts on Reprieve? We'll talk about it. The short of it, though, it's good. Yeah. And I want to correct something that Will said in a previous live stream.
Oh.
In Concern Stream. That's right. So stay tuned for that. Huh? Got my hook in you. There's one hook. My only knock on the flavor is having the Rohan Precon full of Gondor cards. Yes, Josh. Yes, I agree. Agreed. Well, I don't know. Didn't they answer the call? Didn't they help? I don't know. we could talk about the flavor there, I guess. Raynex, nice. Is the podcast on Spotify? It will be. I guess now it should be, but all of the live streams that are certainly not going to be on Twitch, like any of the building or this. It's not going to be on Twitch, but I could see this being on Spotify and Apple Podcasts as well as YouTube's podcast setup, because I'm liking the podcast setup here. It gets a fair amount of views without any like work on my end. So, but if you enjoy this content, another thing before we jump into this one, feel free to leave a like. More viewers to like ratio. Those numbers need to like meet each other. So if you actually enjoy what's happening here, do leave a like and share. It really does help the channel. Ledger Shredder is cool, and I'm doing Falco Sora deck bird tribal. Oh, you weren't kidding, Majra. Since Capenna, and I'm doing Bant Aristocrat because I'm a madman. Gandalf, Friend of the Shire, can polymorph at instant speed for Stormcrow, which is very
dang,
flavorful.
right, OP.
Yes, banned. Majra, no, just attacking with my birds is not fun for me. They have digital only cards, which is weird. I did not know that. That is a little weird. Do you mean like art, or specifically they have functions that only benefit a digital setting?
There's the Arcane set, which is cards that only exist in MTG Arena.
I'm sorry,
and
like the show? Like the...
Well, no. Sorry, not like that. It's alchemy or It's alchemy or something like that.
I just wanted the Jinx. I just wanted Jinx digitized, please. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
Grixis
but
Jinx.
There's a weird keyword that's like tutor, but it's like tutoring from a set list of cards. It's like, if you know what discovering is from Hearthstone, it's basically like that. It's Magic's equivalent of that for Arena only. It's weird. It's digital only cards with effects that can only be done digitally because you could not keep track of them IRL.
When you said that, it made me think of City in a Bottle whenever one or more other non-token permanents with the name originally printed at Arabian Nights expansion. I don't know why. Can you pull from Arabian Nights?
I don't think so.
Well, then it's just not worth it, is it? No, I we'll see. That is interesting, though. I'd like to see if that... Are they like supremely playable cards, this alchemy stuff?
Some of them are really playable. Some of them are just like, But okay. I can try to see if I can pull up the things.
Mateus,
I know
in Arena, prepare to spend money. Yeah, no, I mean, that makes sense. If you want to play more than one deck, yeah, that makes sense. I'll probably just stick with something. Well, maybe we could do like a flavor of the week, and I can just try to make whatever I get work. That would be fun. I mean, I am that kind of player, so we'll see if I'm any good at it. Arf, I meant Falco Spra. That's okay. It's alchemy is the mechanic. Unique mechanic at Arena, busted and heavy and ring heavy. Ring heavy, you say? Ring heavy? I don't know what that means. Like, will be Lord of the Rings heavy? Will is a good addition, by the way. Heart will.
Here we go. I can pass this to you on Discord so that you can see one of the weird cards, because I remember that this does something.
Sorry, Will. Your face is going to be jarbled for our live audience.
I can live with that.
Gidrog, Horror of Zava. Two generic and a black and a green. Legendary creature, Frog Horror. The art is amazing. 6/6 menace at the beginning of each... You guys can't see this, I'm sorry. At the beginning of each combat step, if Gitrog, Horror of Zava is untapped, any opponent may sacrifice a non-token creature. If they do tap Gitrog, Horror of Zava, then seek a land card and put it onto the battlefield tapped. Seek, you say?
So seek is like tutor from outside of the game. It's something weird like that. You're generating a card into existence.
It's a wish. It's a wish
kind
for
of,
Arena. Yeah. Okay. RNG. Meant RNG, thank you. Got you. Not Arcane. Shoot. Well, we like Arcane here. I like Arcane. I watched that show like 3 times over. I don't know if I need to watch it again, but I want to watch it again. At any rate, I think it's about time we start, right? Is it time we start? Yeah. Okay. Well, hey, welcome to Untapped. I'm Patrick Marlette, your local game guy, and today I'm joined by Will. He's on the screen up there. And hey, Will, we're going to be talking about, guess what? It was in the thumbnail. The Lord of the Rings, Tales of Middle-earth, Universes Beyond, MTG, XLOTR, all the hobbits, all the elves, all the dwarves, all the orcs, all the goblins, all the wizards, and just 2 Balrogs. We're going to be talking about all of them. That's not true at all. We're going to be talking about the cards that fit into a commander and specifically a cEDH setting. So this will be all from the perspective of two good old cEDH players who like to have fun first and foremost. But while we're at it, we want to kick your ass. That's what we want to do. That's our form of fun. It's is that debate still going on? Do people still think that cEDH is not about the fun?
I think there's a couple people who think that, but it has gotten like a lot smaller.
Okay, well, keep waving that banner. But we're going to be talking over the card images themselves, if I can press the button. Okay, so we're over on the card image gallery of Magic the Gathering, which is magic.wizards.com site, where you could pre-order the cards now. So I guess it's your local store or whatever. Again, I've not seen these before, but all that's really relevant here is the fact that we get a full layout of the cards in Wooburg order, which is perfect for us because we want to discuss the set in Wooburg order for you guys. So all the colors, multicolor, artifact, and then land. So we're not going to be discussing everything again. We just want to discuss the notable cards. And how we'll do this is I'll go first with white, and then Will cover any cards I missed that he found notable, and then we'll pitch it to you, right? This is where you come in as a live viewing audience member. You have the power to determine some of what we talk about. So if we miss a card, or you know of a combo or a play line that's unique to a certain card, whether it's deck specific or not, let us know because we want to share the good word. We want to make sure that everyone's informed on all the singles they should be picking up. Affiliate link in the description. Buy from TCG Player. Ignore the link to Amazon. Buy from TCG Player. All right, so I'm going to end this poll. We might run a few more polls during, but let's jump into it. Enough fooling around, Will. Could you stop taking your sweet time?
Yeah, I'm very sorry.
Jeez, just monologuing over here. So we've got, in my list of white cards, I start with, in alphabetical order, like a good boy, Boromir, Warden of the Tower. For 2 generic and a white, legendary creature, human, soldier. 3/3 body. Vigilance. Whenever an opponent casts a spell, if no mana was spent to cast it, counter that spell. Well, that seems delightful. Right, so it's not looking at the cost of the spell. It's like, did they play it for free? Was it a deflecting swat? Was it a force of will? You're going to have to hard cast that. Sorry. Sacrifice Boromir, Warden of the Tower. Creatures you control gain indestructible until end of turn. The ring tempts you. And that second part seems negligible, but if you are protecting a board of stacks in those hate bears that are out there are 2 CMC and under, like your Drannith Magistrates of the world, your Collector Roof, whatever, remember that Culling Ritual says destroy. So this is actually a really good body. And what's nice is, like, even if you didn't want to sacrifice him, he's also 3 CMC. So he hurdles the Culling Ritual perfectly. The second ability there, that trigger, is great. Unlike Orcish Bowmasters, and I feel like Boromir really should have had Flash. I mean, that's me. I feel like this ability would be super cool with Flash, to just hold, because, I mean, someone mentioned Avid Mind Sensor earlier as a 3 CMC thing that stops things. It would have been cool if this one had it too.
As a bird. That was a good bird.
As a bird. I was just pulling from the data, but yes, as a bird. But it's a bird with Flash. I feel like our boy Boromir could have been amped up just a little bit more, but I like this card quite a bit. And any thoughts on it?
It's like people play what is it? Lavinia Azorius Renegade, which is the Azorius version of this. When an opponent casts a spell for free, counter it. Mm-hmm. So people play that. This is that, but instead of a blue, it's 2 generic. It has better stats. It has vigilance, and it has a whole other ability to protect your board while also giving you like a little extra benefit with the ring. So this is just really good because you can play it in your non-Azorius decks. You can play it in mono white. You could play it in white black. You could play it in like anything. And yeah, so the fact that it's one color is really good. And if you're playing something like Tashar,
right,
it's a historic spell that you can cast, but also a creature that you can reanimate. And
so
we
it's
still don't know.
Self-sacrificing too, and it just
it's self-sacrificing to protect all of your stuff and tempt you with the ring. And if the ring does tempt infinitely, which we still don't know, then it can be a win con in Tashar, just because you make Tashar a big ring boy and then you swing with your flying Tashar to deal 30 damage to everyone.
How does it read again? When you hit the 4th level and you attack someone, is it on the attack or is it if you damage someone?
I think it's on Connect.
On connect. Okay, so I mean it's flying. You'll hit someone, but the idea
It's flying,
being
and you have the evasion from the ring, so it can
right,
only be blocked by things with power 3 or 2 or less.
right. So I mean, who knows what you have in the like? If you have I don't know, you might just be able to get in with anything at this point, right? Even if Tashar isn't around. I like it a whole lot. It really makes me want to dust off Tashar. I really miss playing that list. Like it has the potential to just explode on turn 1 and win games. Just like turn 1 you win the game, which is something that I can't say for Oswald, but Oswald is more consistent at hating the board and pulling wins out of the deck. But I do like the creature or the artifact historic based combos in Teshar quite a bit. But you're totally right. And someone else is suggesting Boromir for Winota. Boromir plus Knowledge Pool lock. And then if Boromir had flash, he'd be an instant white staple. Yeah, he would be an instant white staple. You like that? Did you intend that, Ripkis? Is there a card that lets everyone play stuff for free, like a Lurin? Oh yeah, you want to yeah? Oh no, you can cast your Timna at instant speed whenever you want, but never, But you do have to. It's an election. You may do a Lurin, right? So they could get around it, but that is funny. I see what you're saying. Like a kind of benefit card, but not really. I do love that. Anyway, I think we're moving on. We could probably talk about Boromir all day. I'm not going to spend so much time on this one, but Dawn of a New Age for 1 generic and a white enchantment. Dawn of a New Age enters the battlefield with a hope counter on it for each creature you control. So this immediately reads in my mind as like a token deck or proliferate. There are plenty of ways that you can put multiple tokens on this, let alone just being in like Celestia and having a bunch of dorks. At the beginning of your end step, remove a hope counter from Dawn of a New Age. If you do, draw a card. Awesome. White needs draw. I think I say that every single set review. Then, if Dawn of a New Age has no hope counters on it, sacrifice it, you gain 4 life. There are decks and legendaries in particular that care about life gain. I wouldn't say that that's like a big draw for this, but there were some cards from this set that say if you gain 3 or more life or, do a thing. So that is there for that. But more importantly, a couple lines back, it's this draw card. So in my mind, if your legendary has proliferate, or you just have a wide board, I would say casting this into a board with 3 creatures, so you'll get to draw 3 cards and at the end of it gain 4 life for 2 mana is pretty good. And it's happening instantaneously too, right? So it'll replace itself at the end of turn. This isn't at the beginning of your upkeep, right? So you'll get the benefit of this card as soon as it's played. I like it a whole lot. Will, what are your thoughts?
The card is fantastic. The fact that it's a white draw effect means that it has a much lower floor to pass to be playable.
Mm-hmm.
And this is honestly like just a really good card. In cEDH, the games aren't going to last terribly long. So even if this enters with like 3 counters at minimum, it's a really good card. And then if you somehow have this go all the way through and it gets sacrificed, you have like Savine's Reclamation, the new Angel, Avacyn's whatever, that lets you play low CMC stuff from your graveyard but exile it when it leaves the field. And Sun Titan. All of these can recur this card to keep going. So,
ooh, and
good card. Really good.
If you're playing Lotho Luris, you have Dawn of a New Age.
True. Just more draw.
Dawn of a New Age tech.
Oh my gosh, yeah, that's gonna be dumb. You have just Luris in play, and you just keep going, play, sacrifice, gain 4 life, gain all of that life.
Right, exactly. You're like, yeah, I'll pay. It's like you're not even playing for Lotho at that point. You're just like, but this is how you get drawn Lotho, because people were complaining like, well, everyone mistook what I said, although I was very specific in the short video where I mentioned Lotho, where I'm like, it's like Crom, but for treasures. And they're like, draw is better. I'm like, I get that. I mean, the trigger is like Crom, but for treasures. And it's like, but draw is better. I'm like, okay, Dawn of a New Age. put Luris Dawn of a New Age, and then you have repeatable draw. Okay.
I do want to say, for the people that say draw is better, a draw is not better if you run a bunch of tutors, because if you have a bunch of tutors, you just need one card and enough mana to win the game.
Right.
So all it takes is one.
So if they're in the audience, if you guys didn't watch, it's on Twitch, and Twitch seems like it's just falling apart. But I played a game with One Mana Short, who I've invited off to join the channel, if off, who I invited over to join the channel for some live stream gameplay. So little aside here, there's gonna be some live stream gameplay on the channel coming soon. I want to make it more of a regular thing, like bi-weekly, at the least. But this is a very informal. I meant to do this at the beginning, but very informal invitation to any content creators out there. I'd be happy to platform you and you can talk about your channel. We're really just looking for people to play some cEDH games for some Friday night fun. So you can expect some live stream gameplay on Friday. One Mana Short's going to join us, but to just piggyback on what you're saying, Will, they one of their players, Philip, who will be joining us, every game devolved to Adnos. Right, and like I don't blame him. Like I get it, especially because I think a majority of the games didn't have a blue player, so it was like, well, I'm running stacks and my stacks are getting blown up, and you're just gonna. I know you're gonna Imperial Seal for the mana for the Adnos or just the Adnos, but Lotho solves that problem. You have the mana for the Adnos. Now I just need the Adnos.
Yeah.
So I totally agree with you.
I'm not saying draw is bad. Draw is really good in a ton of decks, but if you had to choose between draw or mana, it really depends on how your deck is built. And since you're like in black with Lotho, you just need to hit one tutor and you win.
Right. Yeah, Mateus says end step draw makes it playable. Totally agree. White draw is always almost always white draw is almost always good. Yeah. And here it is. White went from worst draw color to damn near top tier. They need to chill at this point. Don't stop giving me draw. And speaking of another thing White does really well, we have an Anthem here with Flowering of the White Tree, double white legendary enchantment. Legendary creatures you control get +2/+1 and have ward 1. Non-legendary creatures get +1/+1. So I like this a lot. Why I'm highlighting this is, obviously this is something that you can slam in a Sithis list. This is very deck dependent, but if you run a list that cares about enchantments and enchantment matters, or an enchantress style list, this is very good. But ward is something that came out not all that long ago. Like it's a recent keyword, but I like the reappearance of it. I'm glad that it's, I don't know if I really want it to be evergreen, because we've seen it in some pretty broken ways in this set alone, like with Saruman and Sauron. But I like ward when it's costed like this. It feels fair and really uncomplicated. You're just making it more difficult for them to remove your legendary, your commander, right? Let's be honest. But it's also making it big, so it's harder to hit off of the Toxic Deluge or off the Fire Covenant or whatever your removal spells are. But then it's just a base Anthem at the end of the day as well for double white. I think it's really good. I like the ward 1. Would I have wanted ward 2, or ward you have to sacrifice a legendary, or ward you have to discard an instant sorcery or enchantment? Yeah, sure. But it's like, it's double white. We can chill. I like this card a lot. Again, situationally good.
Yeah, like I'd want to say this card has hardcore power creeped a bunch of different cards, because there's a bunch of cards in the game that are 2 mana, give your creatures +1/+1, or give just your white creatures +1/+1, and a bunch of other things like that.
Yeah.
This is 2 mana, give all your non-legendaries +1/+1, and give your legendaries +2/+1 and ward 1. So it's just strictly better than a bunch of different cards that do the same thing.
But you can only have one at a time.
I don't care. I'm a commander.
I know. It's good. I think if you pull a copy of Flowering of the White Tree, it shouldn't be the thing that puts you over to play Sithis. Maybe winning a Sarah Sanctum at a local, cEDH tournament, that should put you over. But this is going to be really good in that deck. So hold on to the copy if you get it. I don't think this is going to be an overly expensive copy. That tree in Sisse, says someone. Yeah, Mateus. Ripka says, my poor Sithis gets so much hate. Yeah, I understand. I know what you mean. My Mardu Legends... Was that?
your Timna gets really swole because Ward 2 or Ward 1 and also gains you 4 life and is harder to block. So it's it's just very nice with Timna.
Oh my gosh. Yeah. But because it honestly, I'll trade with Timna. Like, if you attack Oswald with Timna, you've made the mistake. Like, I will let Oswald die because I'm just really rushing out fast mana. I'll replay Oswald. You'll have to do the same. We can make that trade all day. If you were a 4-3 with Ward 1, I would just ignore you. It's annoying and you would gain life off of me. Lotho, Mangara, Saruman Storm, Ledger Shredder, I feel a deck forming. Being legendary matters too. There are some legendary matter stuff that love this. That's true, Josh. Not to discredit the fact that it is legendary. I just made a joke about it, but that is true. Yeah. I mean, and again, like, it really doesn't matter for us commander players, that whole legendary thing, and it actually matters almost more. So yeah, it's a good card. I like it a whole lot. In an effort to not stay on any one card for too long, I want to read over some comments and then obviously get to the next card efficiently. So Lost to Legend is what I have up here, and I'll explain why. If you're in a monocolored deck, white in this instance, and you do need more removal, this is essentially Unexpectedly Absent. But the thing I find with Unexpectedly Absent, and it's X and a double white, you place a non-land permanent, not historic permanent, X amount of spots under the top, over the top of someone's deck, depending on what the value of X is. Generally speaking, the value of X is 0. What's nice about it is you could use it to save a thing, but generally you'll remove someone's stuff. Unexpectedly Absent. You'll remove someone's thing. Target non-land permanent into its owner's library just beneath the top X cards of their library, right? So this is another version of that, excuse me. Put a non-land historic permanent into its owner's library 4th from the top. So if you find yourself only needing to hit artifacts, legendaries, or sagas, usually artifacts, like stacks pieces, this is another thing to add to your tool belt at instant speed that will put it 4th in. The best way to utilize these types of spells is to do it when they're cracking a fetch land and just have it shuffled in, so the placement doesn't really matter. But if you were looking for another piece of removal and you're a mono white, this is a decent one. I wouldn't say this is gonna replace Unexpectedly Absent. It's just another type of Unexpectedly Absent.
Yeah, you summed it up perfectly. Like, screw someone's commander, hit their mana rocks or like value artifacts, and the occasional weird saga, and it's just another Unexpectedly Absent.
Yeah. Right. Yeah. This caught my eye for mono white in dual white decks that don't have great removal. Yeah, no, I agree with that. Najila makes a 2/2. Oh, I think this is in reference. Yeah. Najila makes 2/2s with the Anthem. Yes. And the last card we want to talk about is, well, at least I want to talk about, and then we'll go over Will's, if I missed any of Will's. So this is the last one I have suggested. Reprieve. For 1 generic and a white, instant speed, return target spell to its owner's hand, draw a card. Now, Will, in a previous stream, suggested that...
I know what you're going to say. I'm still right.
He said, oh, you know what? This is just Remand. This is just Remand, right? Isn't this just Remand? And I'm like, you know what? You're kind of right. So Remand says 1 generic and a blue, instant speed, counter target spell. If that spell is countered this way, put it into its owner's hand instead of its player's into that player's graveyard, draw a card. So the only important distinction here, and it is extremely similar, is the fact that this isn't a counter spell, because white doesn't get those, right? We don't want to give white counter spells, although there is historical evidence that it should have some form of counter by way of taxing. This is just a return spell to its owner's hand. So it gets around uncounterable effects. That's the only thing I can say is different between this and Remand. They both draw cards. They're both instant speed, obviously. But it does get around uncounterable. So this does make it a little more playable, I would say. Right? So, like, I don't know. I don't know how prevalent Dovin's veto is, but you get what I'm saying. Like, against things like that, you could just say, nah, just try it again later.
It does get around Veil of Summer, which does say your spells can't be countered. Not just they can't be countered by blue or black. Like, this already gets around Autumn's Veil, but it gets around Veil of Summer.
Right, so that's kind of cool when you you see the uncounterable thing hit the stack and you're like, okay, I can let that resolve, but I still have a solution. So I like it for that quite a bit. I think that this is great. Obviously, every white list should run this card. It's a fantastic new staple for white. I would say dual to trip color. If you're in blue and you still run Remand, I would maybe even suggest slotting this over that because it's only one white. I know we don't generally lean towards white mana resources unless we're on to Grand Abolisher, or we really feel like we need the additional white, but it's usually not the resource you fetch. But this will splash in well with those multicolored decks as well, because it's only a generic and a white. Thoughts on Reprieve?
Reprieve is just a very good card. There's not a lot to say about it. White now has a quite a good counterspell. It feels it's gonna have the same kind of problems Narset's Reversal and Remand have, but it'll work. It'll do some pretty decent work, so no real complaints.
Yeah, I'm excited for this. I need to buy a few cards. Maybe I'll go to a pre-release or two and just see what I pull. But I would love to obviously get a copy of this. I don't think it got an alternate art or anything. So I'll see if I can find myself a foil and slam it in Oswalder. Again, I am heavily considering doing Teshar again, just because I have that really awesome altar of Cliff Seacourt, the Rocketeer, that I just missed playing. It's great. Yeah, and so far as what the audience thinks of Reprieve, Remand is a white staple, says Matthias. Yeah. Reprieve is good.
They say Remand is a white staple.
Right. I mean,
yes, Reprieve is indeed a white staple.
Reprieve is good. I have it in Michiko deck. I love it. Liquid Metal Torque Shenanigans, if you are running that already. It gets around...
Oh, that's the previous thing that you're talking about, the white removal. Love that.
Right. Well, Josh is still head over heels for it. But yeah, any other cards I missed, Will? Anything that you want to suggest?
So there's 3 that I have that it looks like you didn't have, but one of them might be on your multicolor list. So first I have Frodo Sauron's Bane. If that's on your multicolor, we can skip that for now.
Right. Yeah, Frodo is the Orzhov one, right?
Yep. Yeah. He's
no, he's right there. He's right there.
Okay. So he's in, or so you just missed him. So should we talk about him?
I'm iffy on him, but you can talk about him. I want to hear your thoughts. That's the...
So Frodo was pretty decent before we even knew what Tempt with the Ring was, and he kind of became actually terrifying after we found out and got more cards, because we've gotten a few cards that are actually really decent that tempt you with the Ring, like another card that we're probably going to be covering that's a nice black enchantment that I know you love. But then on top of that, the one issue we had was, well, you don't have evasion for Frodo, so you have to get your evasion cards. The Ring gives you evasion. The Ring just gets you there. So Frodo can kill people a lot faster than we initially thought, and is a lot harder to block than we thought.
Yeah, right. We were talking about cheesing the... aren't there pieces of equipment that could just make him a scout? Right?
Yeah, there's some funny things that you can do to get like 10 copies of the last effect, so that when you hit, you get tempted by the Ring like 30 times.
Oh my gosh.
It's just a funny, dumb thing. That's not what you're going to be doing, but he's just really good as a standalone. Because he will get there. The fact that he's going to be hard to block is just fantastic, and the fact that you can tempt up with the Ring with other effects is also really good. So he was like a weird thing to attempt with Luris when we were initially looking at it, and I knew that you brewed him initially, but now that we know what the first effect of being tempted by the Ring is, it's so much better. It's really good.
Yeah, I don't mind it. Honestly, I could... any excuse to run Mox Amber, right? So anytime you have a 1-drop in the command zone, or a 0-drop with Rograk, run Mox Amber, and you can very quickly... you probably turn one Frodo into a scout anyway, so it's not like that'll be difficult. I think the real trick is the temptation synergy. But it's only a dark ritual away, right? Whenever this creature becomes a halfling rogue, when this creature deals combat damage to a player, that player loses the game if the Ring has tempted you 4 more times. Otherwise, the Ring tempts you. Yeah, Yeah, I'm curious to see if the ring stacks. I think that them losing the game is enough, though, of an
Yeah.
effect.
I'm pretty sure you don't need to infinitely stack the ring with Frodo. Just
No,
hear me
no.
out. I think killing a player is good enough.
Yeah, and then obviously playing this out and then playing some stacks and then just slow grind killing people. Put on some. I know the ring offers evasion, but it's not like they're. Are they also like hexproof on the attack or something? I forget. Or shrouded.
It's so it's they can't be blocked by things that are bigger than them. You loot when you attack, and then when it's blocked at the end of combat, exile. I think it's no, the controller of that creature sacrifices the creatures that block this.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
So it's just screw you, kill your board.
Good all over. What was the other one? Or there's two. What other
Yeah,
ones?
there's two. So one is, and this one is a little bit for EDH, a little bit for a couple other formats, but I did want to bring it up because it's very cool. Forge Anew. So Forge Anew is a Toon White for an enchantment. ETB, reanimate an equipment from your graveyard. You can free equip an equipment once each turn, and you can equip at instant speed. So this was just kind of a pretty cool card because equipment stuff is always cool and interesting. But the reason I wanted to bring it up is partially for vintage, just because they have the Hammerman combo, which is
Mm.
just they get out the colossal hammer and kill people, and this makes that combo a little bit better. It's another tool for it. But on top of that, like if you're building an equipment deck, this is probably going in because this lets you entomb for any equipment, then bring back the equipment for free. And it's just free equips and gives you a combat trick.
Mm-hmm.
It's a cool card. Thought it was worth noting.
Yeah, it's not bad. I think if you're playing an equipment like a Voltron build, any number of the Boros legendaries or an Arden pairing, you're gonna run this, right? I'm pretty sure you're gonna run this. Like Arden Tevesh would run this for sure. I feel the Skull Clamp is still like the bread and butter of that deck, but if you were gonna enlighten tutor this up, I wouldn't feel bad. But I also kind of prefer Cigar to Zaid still, but this is still very good at again, the reanimation effects can't be you know shirked off or neglected. It's actually quite good here. Matt says, and with could you infinite with Frodo and Crick? I mean, kill someone in one turn.
So the thing is you need to make Frodo what's it called? You need to make
This is
Frodo
Scout.
a
Because
scout
Hovering
because he
Rogue.
loses the creature types that he previously had when he transforms each time. So basically you can, it's just one extra step. So you could in theory use Crick to pay 2 life for each of the black and then pay 6 life in total to get the effect, then get it again, then get it again, and get it again. So, but you need something that says this creature is all creature types or this creature is a scout. So you have to find that balance.
You couldn't stack it.
You can stack it. It's just that you have to make Frodo a scout with another effect.
Oh sure, yeah. Like that makes sense. That's interesting though. Matt, I'm sorry, I'm gonna just abbreviate your name. That is a thing you could do. I mean, Crick could be in the 99, obviously, and that would be a thing.
Yeah.
Josh says Mirror Gallery Myriad one shot kill.
Is that for Frodo?
Mirror, yeah. Or yes, I think the suggestion would be to nix the legendary, right? Isn't Mirror Gallery?
The only problem is Myriad will put in OG Frodos that don't have the other effects, meaning that you need to mirror gallery, then in response before they connect, you need to pay 5 mana to make one of them into a full Frodo, and then pay 5 more mana to make the other one a Frodo as well.
Well,
So
Crick can handle it all. It's
yeah,
split Orzhov. just
indeed.
You just need a lot
So
of life. Yeah.
in theory, yes. In practice, no. No,
Okay.
you are not doing that.
What was your last offering?
So this one I'm bringing up just because this makes a couple combos easier and is just another tool for a couple off-meta commanders that people like, and it's Rosie, Cotton of South-Lane. So Rosie just says whenever a token enters the battlefield, put a +1/+1 counter on another creature, ETB make a food. This is an infinite combo with a Scurry Oak and what's it called? The something something Baloth, Herd Baloth. So Scurry Oak and Herd Baloth make infinite creatures for you and make a infinitely big creature as well. And then on top of that, Rosie does a lot of crazy things with Marath and I think it's Gave. I think that's how you pronounce it. Because both of them care about removing counters from this to make a token to do something.
Right.
So, for instance, if you have Ashnod's Altar with either of those two, you pay one to make a token to put, or pay one, remove a counter from your commander to make a creature token that you can sacrifice to Ashnod's Altar and put a counter onto your commander again, float a mana, repeat, 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 make infinite 1/1s, make infinite mana, and win with however you want to win with that.
Mm-hmm.
And then on top of that, you have just the other combos with Scurry Oak. So
Mm-hmm.
with Marath, you can also do the
Damage.
yeah, with Marath you can do what's it called? The 3 in a red for the enchantment that says when a creature enters the battlefield, you make a mana echoes. Mana echoes. So you can do mana echoes with Marath to make mana instead of using Ashnod's Altar. And there's a bunch of weird combos that you can do with this. So Rosie is a cool card. She's probably slotting into these two guys.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if she's going to be insane, but the fact that it's also just another Selesnya combo that's kind of nice is cool. So you have
Yeah.
your Scurry Oak and your Baloth with Rosie.
Also, not that it matters. It's probably my favorite art from the set. So good job, Rosie. Also, there was a reprint that is a close second. That is from the Commander set. Where is it? I'll mention it when we get to it. It's so good. The art for that card and then the art for Rosie are probably my two favorites. Again, largely irrelevant, but if there are any cards that you guys want to discuss from white, let us know now before we move on to blue. Happily to move on to blue or discuss another white card that you guys found worthwhile or worth mentioning or notable for a combo or any of that good stuff. Yeah, just let us know and I'll give you guys a couple seconds to do that. And by a couple seconds, I mean 3, 2, 1. All right.
I mean, chat is like 10 seconds behind, so.
Oh, she had ribbons in her hair. Oh.
There's also an alternate art for Rosie.
Yeah, does that one have ribbons?
I think that it has her in a bar fight.
Yeah, the way she's depicted in the films is fun. But the way Sam speaks about her, love, my friends. All right, so for blue cards, I have 2. Not that many. We've got Born Upon a Wind. For 1 generic in a blue, instant speed, you may cast spells this turn as though they had flash, draw a card. I feel like we've said enough about this one. I don't have much else to say. It is quite good. Keep it if you pull it. Buy it if you don't have it. Play it in your blue decks. Thank me later? It's good. Yeah. Like, even if you were just holding Thassa's Oracle Demonic Consultation, you just win at instant speed. You just have to have the requisite mana. This makes it so easy to do the thing. Just do the thing at instant speed. Draw a card.
Yeah. There's a reason why people nicknamed this card Born Upon a Win.
Yes.
Card's broke.
It's broke. Completely spanked. Is that a phrase? It is now. This card's spanking.
All right. Indeed.
And the last card I want to mention, and only because I like the secondary effect of it, is Council's Deliberation. So for a generic and a blue, instant speed, draw a card. Whenever you scry, if you control an island, you may exile Council's Deliberation from your graveyard. If you do, draw a card. Now, I'm sure there might be some fun self-mill, reanimate, labman shenanigan with this, but in the present world, that's not a thing that anyone would be concerned with. However, I do love cards that just benefit you for playing them. And I mean in the sense that you've cast this, you've drawn a card, big whoop-de-doo. It's 1 generic over what would be acceptable for that effect. I just like that there's a secondary effect here that is also manipulative for a draw. So if you do have a self-mill strategy and your commander does scry, do note that this is something that you could actually leverage. Like you weren't trying to actually cast this, you just wanted the draw for whatever reason. I quite like it a lot. I would say it might have been better if it says the target player draws a card, because in that sense you can manipulate it to hit the Thassa's player before they win. But
That'd be funny. I'd love
yeah,
that.
but I love effects like this though. I anytime I see this, I try to just keep a mental note because I'm like, this might be useful someday. As it stands now, not quite useful, but it's still very cool. And also the scene depicted is freaking awesome. And the flavor text, of course, like it's good. Everything about this card is cool.
Yeah, it's a good card. It's an interesting effect, and I think that it has a good amount of potential. If you're playing like opt and stuff,
Right.
you're kind of fine with putting this in here.
Yeah, I could honestly see this. I can see this in mono blue, or is it like a slinger list? Like this is just good value. Like again, not for every deck. It might see some use though. The legend says Gandalf the White is another, excuse me, good card in white. Commander, you've talked about it in another video though. Matt
Yeah.
says it's kind of like a time walk. It's kind of like a time walk, says Matt, concerning this
Oh,
card.
the Born Upon a Win.
Oh,
It's like take a turn on your opponent's turn.
yeah.
Yeah, kind of.
Lots of scry and the Simic stuff. Yeah. So you're probably going to be able to playing in a limited environment. I feel like you've probably got something with this just built out in your deck. This is good. Draw in a draft experience is always good.
This might also be played in some kind of blue modern deck. Just because if you mill this, like if you're playing what is it called? The Dredge, Modern Dredge.
Mhm.
If you run blue with like opt or something to try to scry, you're gonna draw 4 just for free.
Such good value. Yeah, seriously. Oh, it's so yeah. I love effects like this though. There's one more that I've written down that's notable, because they're what I like about them when I try to take a mental note is they're hard to search, right? Because it's a free thing you get to do from the grave, but not all these things have specific keywordings that are easy to search up. So I feel like they just get lost in the haze of things. But I do feel like this one is worth bearing in mind. That's it for blue, though, for me.
Yep, I have 2 more, and one is just an interesting card that I wanted to bring up, and another one is a commander that I feel like can do work. So I
Mm.
guess we should start with we can start with Lost Isle Calling.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Yeah, this is a cool card.
I was questioning whether I wanted to bring it up, but yeah.
I
Go
might
for
as
it.
well. So 2 mana for an enchantment. Whenever you scry, put a verse counter on this, and you can pay 4 blue to exile this and draw a card for each verse counter on it. If you had 7 or more verse counters on this, take an extra turn after this one. Activate only as a sorcery. This is just a kind of nice card to drop into any Thrasios deck. I'm not going to say this is a Thrasios staple, but this is a cool card because you can just play this, keep ticking it up, and then at any point when this is at 7 or more, you refill your entire hand and take an extra turn, and the extra turn is effectively refunding the mana you spent to activate this and draw the 7. This is just a decent effect. Like the fact that you get to draw a lot is very nice. Is it going to be played everywhere? No. Is it going to be a staple? No. But I think it's a cool card. Just figured I'd bring it up.
Yeah, and the art's gnarly. To the sea,
Yes.
to the sea. All right.
With a C. And then the final card for blue that I had is the Watcher in the Water.
The
And
Watcher.
this card is kind of underrated in my opinion.
Mm-hmm.
So, to start off, it's 5 mana for a legendary creature Kraken that enters the battlefield tapped with 9 stun counters on it. And for those who don't know, stun counters are the new version of this doesn't untap on its controller's next untap step, because the way stun counters work now is anything with stun counters on them, instead of being untapped, will remove a stun counter from it. And then you just keep going until you remove all the stun counters. But the 2 reasons why this card is really good. Whenever you draw a card during an opponent's turn, create a 1/1 blue tentacle creature token, which having a bunch of tokens is nice, but also I forgot to bring out, this is a 5 mana 9/9. I should probably mention that. But
That's not bad.
yeah, so whenever you draw on an opponent's turn, you make a tentacle. Whenever a tentacle you control dies, untap up to one target Kraken and put a stun counter on up to one target non-land permanent. You can tap out all of your opponent's stuff with this really easily because you're going to be generating a lot of tentacles if you have a Rhystic Study on board or if you have a Mystic Remora. And if you have any sack effect, you can start putting counters on things. And if you have any proliferate effect, your opponents are just fucked. Sorry, you probably shouldn't have dropped an F-bomb on
No, it's
stream,
okay.
but it's kind of true.
Yeah, we'll need a little bleep button for us.
Sorry, yeah, no. I got too into it.
It's fine. It's fine.
But
you seem to like it. Or are you gonna?
yeah, so if you get a proliferate effect, you keep making sure all of your opponent's stuff has 2 stun counters on them. Then when they untap, they remove 1, and then the next turn you put another one back on it. So your opponent's stuff never untaps. They just have their lands. Like, this card is pretty brutal.
Untap up to one target Kraken and put a stun counter. Whenever a tentacle dies, untap up to one target Kraken. Untap up to one target Kraken. So it's kind of like a pseudo vigilance for this, but is there also a benefit? Like, I guess you could put effects on this Kraken that require it to tap, right? You can have an effect that makes it tap. Well, actually, yeah. It'd be kind of cool if you gave it an effect that made it tap and sacrifice a thing, right? Because then you could sacrifice your own tentacle creatures. Do you know what I'm saying? Is there a blue enchantment that says tap this creature, sacrifice a tentacle, sacrifice a creature token, do a thing?
Not exactly. Like, I think we have some equipments that have good tap effects, but I don't think any that say tap sacrifice. But I mean, in theory, you could use a Skull Clamp to sacrifice the tentacles, and then you can use this. You can use what's the equipment that's equipped creature has tap for mana, and you can just keep untapping this to tap it again.
Oh yeah, the feather plume, the Paradise Mantle. Yeah, that's sick. Or I mean, you could also use the Springleaf Drum, right? Tap a creature, untap it. This is good. I want to see it. Let me any Kraken fans in the audience? Will you be cracking eggs this weekend? Yeah. You mean brewing the Watcher? No. Okay. Let me know. Yeah, let us know. Does the Watcher in the Water appeal to anyone? I can see where Will's coming from. I mean, it's a 5 for a 9/9 with like no setbacks. Am I wrong?
Literally no setbacks, and it makes you an army of 1/1 tokens, and it taps down all of your opponent's stuff permanently, and it it's just amazing.
You need to build in draw for it, but it's not like that's difficult. All right, yeah, it's not bad.
Oh no, you play Rhystic Study in your blue deck.
Yeah, exactly.
The drawback.
Oh, you're missing. There's a little fish swimming along your Kraken. Oh, it draws cards.
Yeah. Oh, you just have a board of like 21 ones.
Right. Oh my god.
And terrain in the chat. Yeah, I know Skull Clamp can't be equipped at instant speed, but I feel like you're not going to complain if you just sacrifice 5 tentacles for 10 cards. I feel like you're probably fine with that.
Nah,
I know that you're not getting tentacles back.
Yeah.
But you're drawing a ton.
I'm pretty chill with that. Yeah, that's actually Skull Clamp with this is a pretty cool. But it has to be an opponent's turn. But yeah, I don't really care about the draw. I mean, is there a way to equip it? There's no like magnetic theft in blue. Nope. That's fair. That's fine. But yeah. Sakon's Ransom. I see. You want to talk about Sauron's Ransom? You don't know how to spell, Josh? I see.
No, it's
I know.
Autocorrect did not want him to say the right thing.
Matt says, "What about Stern Scolding? Was Stern Scolding in blue, or did you have another one you wanted to discuss before we?"
That was it. That was my last one for blue.
All right. Well, let's look at Stern Scolding. Another Matt suggestion. Do you mind actually? Is there a comment I'm missing, and you wanna cover it while I look for this?
I don't know.
You're good. I was just any like notable about the cards we were talking about. Nice Winter Orb Commander for.
Oh yeah, for the Kraken. Yeah.
Yeah, for sure.
Also for Tyler, I don't know about you, but this set is rekindling my love for Lurrus. I mean, I think it's rekindling Patrick's love too because he has a new Lurrus commander.
Well, I've been wanting to brew for. Okay, well, I have brewed. I want in paper a deck for either Lurrus or the Fox, the red-white Fox
Z something. I can't remember its name.
Z Z Z
Zedru.
Z not Zedru, not
What?
Xenagos, not
Zen-
Z.
Hold up. I can look it up. I'm just gonna type in Boros
What is
Fox.
it? What's the fox? But that one, because I like that effect, but it's just kind of like hinky. Whereas Luris is just good, and like
Zerda.
Lotho, Zerda, thank you, Lotho Luris, and we'll get to Lotho. I feel like that's a really potent combo. Like I really want to do that. So Matt, yes, Stern Scolding. I saw this. I didn't. It's just another blue counterspell that's yes good, but it is in a sea of counterspells that existed in this color that it's hard to say where it slots in. But it does hit a lot of things. The fact that it could look at both power and defense for that 2 or less, and it's or less. It's not like Spell Snare where it has to be this exact value. It's good. Like it hits a lot. It's good. I just don't know if you're gonna play it. That's my issue. Like no one mainlines creature counters, or at least I've never faced anyone that mainlines creature counters. If I'm gonna be frank.
I think that this is purely only playable in cEDH because there are so many things that are small that you'd want to counter.
You're right.
Because this hits all the stacks pieces that would stop you from winning. This hits literally every single stacks piece creature.
Oppo agent.
Yeah, Oppo Agent,
Dranith,
Dothi Voidwalker, Dranith Magistrate,
Dockside Extortionist.
Archon of Emeria,
No, that's not
Dockside
stacked.
Extortionist,
Right. Thassa's Oracle.
Thassa's Oracle. Like, it hits everything. So, I think it is potentially playable, but you usually want to counter instants instead of, like, or sorry, you usually want to counter the non-creature stuff over the creature stuff.
Which I feel like maybe there should be a priority shift. Maybe we should be more concerned about creatures because they pull so much weight. And generally speaking, we need our more broader or more general counters to hit them. Because I feel like most of the decks are, you might have like a miscast, but is miscast non-creature. I'm trying to think of what you might be running that could consequently counter target instant or sorcery. Yeah, I'm trying to think of what the list are running that hits specifically creatures or is wide enough to hit creatures. Swansong? No.
Swansong doesn't hit creatures. It
No.
can if it's like an artifact creature or an enchantment creature.
Right. So like Eidolon of Rhetoric, I guess, or
yeah.
Yeah.
But the reason why people usually don't run creature counters is because out of the entire list that we just named, only 2 of them are relevant to counter, whereas the rest are relevant to remove. So like a kill spell works just as well on all the stacks things. The only things you care about countering out of what we've listed are Thassa's Oracle and Dockside.
Right. Because Dockside is a win in Aragorn the Uniter with the unicorn. Like it's a win in so many decks. It's like Dockside it's Dockside. So yes, put it in the grave. That totally makes sense. But I hope that answers that. If there are any other blue cards though, I think Will and I covered ours.
Yeah.
Right, and I'll end this poll now. 64% say they're interested in the Kraken. Wasn't there just a new legendary that played with, and thank you Vegan Economist for Zerda. Wasn't there a new legendary that put Kraken's Hydras?
There was. It's whenever you cast a sea creature, you look at the top X cards of your library equal to that thing's CMC and cast the top card if it's CMC less, I think. Something like that.
I like that. Grand Abolisher is one. Thank you. You would want to counter Grand Abolisher too. That's true.
That's fair.
That's so funny though that you meant. I like how you just called them sea creatures. It would be really funny if Wizards went and like approved that term, like they did with Historics. They're like, yeah, we'll just call this general group of Krakens and Hydras sea creatures. But I guess Hydra wouldn't. I guess they're sea Hydras. I don't know.
Hydra isn't part of the type. The only
not?
thing that might not be considered a sea creature is serpents, because they have a serpent is the only thing that isn't a sea creature, but is still in that list.
You got water snakes.
Like, oh yeah, you have octopi, which are definitely not sea creatures, and leviathans and krakens and all these other things that come from the ocean.
Zerda plus Aftermath Tazri. That's a good pairing. Do you like Scroll of Isildur, says the legend. You get the best mana rock at the table. Block is this blue though? I'll look if it is. Scroll of Isildur.
Oh yeah, it is.
Do you mind reading it off actually?
Sure thing. Two and a blue for an enchantment saga with three effects. First, gain control of up to one target artifact as long as you control this. The ring tempts you.
Break a leg, Matt.
Second,
Sorry.
yeah, yeah. Second, tap up to two creatures and put a stun counter on each of them. Third, draw a card for each tapped creature your opponents control. This is pretty good because it's 3 mana, draw a couple cards, get tempted by the ring, steal an artifact for 2 turns, and tap down 2 things. So it's nice. I don't think it's like insane, but yeah, this is something I could see people play even in cEDH.
Yeah, this seems like fair magic. I think I don't know, Tom Bombadil. Are there like saga commanders?
There's two. There's only really two.
Okay. Or I guess any proliferate if you want to stack these count. You would lose the value of the first. I don't know. It's fine. It's
I will say that this card is probably drawing you like 6 to 7 cards, so it's pretty good.
For each tapped creature target opponent controls.
Oh, target opponent. Never mind,
right.
not each opponent.
Well, if it's like a Thrasios, slow grind kind of Seedborn Muse, but the Seedborn Muse negates the the ability. So yeah,
it's still probably drawing you like 3 cards, and 3 mana draw 3 with other upsides is still pretty good.
I see Hex Parasite. Isn't that an older card?
Hex Parasite is the thing that lets you pay a Phyrexian black and X to remove X counters from something. You can keep paying 1 with this to keep getting that last effect over and over and over again.
It's kind of dope, actually. I like that combo. But yeah, that's it for blue, unless there's anything else. Cryptic Command on Scroll of a Seal Door. Cryptic Command? Is that one of its modes? Like, I haven't seen a Cryptic Command in a while. It's talking about good art. Return target permanent to its owner's hand, tap all creatures your opponents control, and then draw a card. Yeah, so you would like return target permanent to its owner's hand. Could you put the ability on the stack, return it to your hand, and tap all creatures? Right.
Yeah.
That's good. That seems pretty good.
That's some fancy tech. Let's go.
yeah. So moving on, we've got black, and black. I have the most for black, so we'll. How long have we been at this? Thank you for joining us and hanging out with us this whole time. I hope you're enjoying this. Again, a little friendly reminder. Feel free to leave this with a like if you've enjoyed this content, and share it if you feel like someone could benefit from this review. But black has a lot of cards. One I'm going to start with is definitely better than Phyrexian Arena. It's funny, that video, that short, has gotten very popular. And a lot of people disagree with my claims that this is a good card. So there's a couple of lists that this just easily slot into and would be leagues better than Phyrexian Arena, but you should also probably just not be playing Phyrexian Arena to begin with. But for a generic and a black enchantment, Call of the Ring, at the beginning of your upkeep, the ring tempts you. So this is auto tempt. Great. Love it. We know tempt is, we know having the ring's temptation is great. I forget what the card is called. Whenever you choose a creature as your ring bearer, you may pay 2 life. If you do, draw a card. So the way the temptation reads is that you choose a creature even if you only have 1, is what's implied. So if you have Rograk out, you can elect to make that your, whenever you're tempted, you can elect to make that your ring bearer or remain your ring bearer. The fact of the matter is you're still choosing for that to be your ring bearer. So whenever you choose a creature, you pay 2 life, you draw a card. That's how I read it. We collectively read it. But at least that's how it's stated on the actual, I can't get to it from here, but on the reminder card. So there's that. It's important to note that when you have a ring bearer, that ring bearer is legendary. So in a world where legendary matters, not that vast a world, but with a deck like anything partnered with Tevesh, and this is something Will brought to my attention that I thought was hilarious, is when you're making your Thrall, go ahead, make one of the Thrall a legendary Thrall, a legendary ring-bearing Thrall. And instead of drawing 2 cards, draw off the Thrall because it's your ring bearer, draw 3 off of Tevesh because it's Tevesh, and
you
then
got a legendary Thrall.
Yes, and then you just benefit, you just profit you have an effect, a static effect with the ring bearer emblem, whatever you want to call it, this token, that's just going to give you value every single game. It's this is a good card. I don't know. You can argue me if you want. Do you not like this card? I'm gonna ask the audience.
Not even giving it full credit though, because the ring, being tempted by it, gives you a bunch of upsides.
Right.
Because one, it gives evasion on something.
More draw.
Two, it lets you loot and rummage to fix your hand even more. Three, it makes a creature, or it forces your opponents to sack things if they want to block. And four, also does a little bit more burn damage. On top of the fact that this is a May ability to lose life. You may pay 2 life to draw a card, so you aren't going to die from this.
Right.
It's so good.
All right, I'm gonna give you guys some options. Sorry, continue.
Other thing, this is 2 mana. You can fit this in a Loris deck.
Yes. Right, but you can also fit Dark Confidant. So I'm gonna give you like a real option. Like this is something that people is generally regarded as like a cEDH staple, right? For black, Dark Confidant. All of our praise aside, which would you rather play if you could only pick one? That's what the poll is for, okay? If there's anything we missed on Call of the Ring that you find pertinent, let us know. Will just ran through all of the benefits of the ring. Obviously, it just gets better. But what's funny is, again, like you were saying, after 2 turns, you're technically drawing 2. Or if you didn't want to do this, you're still just drawing 1. It is so good. It's so good. I think that it's just being, I think a lot of this is being overlooked and a lot of this is being neglected. It's good. It's just plain old good. And unless I'm wrong about the whole choosing business, but again, like literally that's how the card reads. I just need to find it. It's going to kill me if I don't. Just to clarify this, shoot. How do I look up the reminder card for the temptation?
You can go to Scryfall and scroll all the way down, I think. Or you can find any card with Tempt on Scryfall, and it'll have notable cards on the sides, and one will be Tempted by the Ring.
No. It's just... It's not. It's bugging me.
Oh, yeah, it doesn't say it under notable cards, dang.
Right.
Hold up. I'll find it, and then I'll send it to you. Or I'll redirect you to it.
Sure.
Because it should be.
All right. I just want to find it, and then. Oh shoot! Has that been on Will's screen this whole time? I'm so sorry.
Only for like the past 10 seconds.
Oh yeah, that's weird. I don't know why I would do that. Here, I need to find you the card, people, just to make sure.
Yeah, the reminder card.
All right, here. There you go. So this is where, when I look at this, the ring tempts you. Can you all see that? Okay. The ring can tempt you even if you don't control a creature. The ring gains its abilities in order from top to bottom. Once it gains an ability, it has the ability for the rest of the game. Each time the ring tempts you, you must choose a creature if you control one. Right? So
that's the relevant line.
Right.
You must choose a creature if you control one.
Right. And then your emblem gains its X ability, and you choose a creature you control to become or remain your ring bearer. That's the very top line of text. Will's face is in the way. God, Will. But that's so the ring tempts you in that third line of text says everything I need to know. It's implied that if I only have one creature, I can choose this thing to remain my ring bearer and get the benefit of the card. Right? That is how I read it. Unless that's not true, then that is how I will proceed to read that card. But it's good. And I'm going to move on because I've spent way too much time on that, defending my claims that the Call of the Ring is a good card. I think it's pretty decent.
Yeah, it's a good card.
All right, so we have I'm sorry. Any other thoughts on the ring? Call of the Ring in Font of Agony is fun. Press the enemy, blue bounce spell, expensive, but you may have fringe play. Sorry, we've moved on. I've moved on. I'm deep into black now. Golem, Patient Plotter. So this is a cool one. I like this again. This is for the same reason that I liked that blue spell earlier. Generic and a black 3/1 body legendary creature halfling horror. When Patient Plotter leaves the battlefield or ring tempts you, pay a black, sacrifice a creature, return Golem from your graveyard to your hand, activate only a sorcery speed. What I like about this is that it's a sack outlet from your graveyard, even if you have to pay a black. So there are applications for this.
Even if you can't be tempted by the ring infinitely.
Even if you couldn't, yes. I like this a lot just for that last ability. It's just something to keep on your mind. If you run a Protean Hulk list or anything that cares about having a sack outlet, this is a thing that provides you a sack outlet just being in your graveyard. It's pretty cool.
Yeah.
I like it for that.
Card. You can entomb it if you need to sack something on your board, like your Hulk or something.
Right. Exactly. It's perfect for just that. Another card that does the same exact thing, right? Golem's Bite, -2/-2 until end of turn. You can exile Golem's Bite from your graveyard. The ring tempts you. Activate only as a source of speed. Obviously, there's a high cost associated with that, but I do just want to point that out again. Another thing you can do from your graveyard. I always love things that just, thanks for playing the card. Here's a benefit for playing the card. That's always good to me. We've got Gorebag of Minas Morgul. So Gorebag's interesting. For a generic and a black, legendary creature, orc soldier, 2/2, whenever a goblin or orc you control deals combat damage to a player, you may sacrifice it. When you do, choose one. Draw a card or create a treasure token. So for me, Gorebag reads as like an auto-include for Wart, Bogart, Ante. Like, you're going to be recovering these things anyway, so like, play the dockside, deal some damage, sacrifice the dockside, draw a card, use Bogart Ante to pull it back, play it next turn, so on. You get where I'm going here. This is just interesting value to me at a low cost, and it's specific to Goblin or Orc tribal decks. Obviously, there are some hurdles you need to jump over here. You do need to do combat damage. You will need to sacrifice the thing, but pending the list, I think it's a good card.
I kind of want to disagree on it, solely due to the fact that you have to connect with the Goblin or Orc to get the effect to sacrifice it, and then draw the card or make a treasure. But if you're in this deck, you'd want to either have Skullclamp to sacrifice your things, or have Skirk Prospector to sacrifice your things. And Skullclamp is draw 2, Skirk Prospector is make a red, which is similar to make a treasure.
Mm-hmm.
So I feel like Gorebag just isn't good enough in my opinion, especially considering the fact that he's not a goblin, he's an orc, and goblins are way easier to tutor up than anything else.
Right.
So
yeah, this would not be your commander either. Like, I feel like this would benefit from red quite a bit. So it would be in the body of the 99 of a list.
Yeah,
I
just
still
feel like
think it
doesn't get there.
I get that. I could see this seeing play in a very specific list. Like, again, Ward. And
I mean, like, if you get Krenko out and you start making enough things, then I think that this is pretty good. But that requires you to get something else out of your deck and get a little bit of setup first. So I'm like,
yeah. But I mean, it's our two favorite things, right? It's ramp in any color and it's draw. Like, that's so agreeable that if I had a list where this could work, it's notable enough to include. Douglas Johnson says you would have to choose a new creature to trigger it, right? No. Based off the reminder text we just read, I would say no. I'm like 99% certain from how it's stipulated. You could just elect to make the same, you choose to make the same creature your ring bearer.
Yeah,
whenever you choose.
It just says as long as, or when you choose a creature to be your ring bearer, do the draw effect.
Right.
And then the ring says when you're tempted by the ring, choose a creature to be your ring bearer or remain your ring bearer, still implying that you're choosing it. So you'd still get the draw.
Right. That's just how we're interpreting this. When you choose a creature as your ring bearer. So yeah, it's the key word to look at is choose, and in all instances you are choosing to keep or make a new ring bearer. Okay, so what do we got? I've got this card seems okay. I don't know if it's going to see much play, but I did want to bring it up just because I feel like other people talked about it. Orcish Bowmaster. So for a generic and a black, 1/1 body, like really weak, really frail. Like this is gonna it dies to everything. So I don't know why people are so excited. It's also rare, so like the odds of you pulling it. Creature, orc, archer. I mean, you could very well pull one ring to rule them all, which is arguably better, but I would rather pull that. Anyways, it's flash. When Orcish Bowmasters enters the battlefield, and whenever an opponent draws a card except for the first one they draw each turn, see, that's its real hang up for me. Like, if it worked on their draw step, like their first draw, I would say that this would be better. But Orcish Bowmaster deals 1 damage to any target, then amass orcs 1. I don't have too much to say about this. I think it's okay. I'm just bringing it up because people seem to like it, but your thoughts?
So, obvious sarcasm. The card is insane. And the worst part is, I kind of talked to a friend about this, and then I had a realization. This is a combo card. Like, this card actually gives mono black another combo to win the game. Because, fun fact, it's an individual trigger for each time your opponent draws the card. So, if you get out Razaketh and sacrifice any creature, you get Orcish Bowmaster and an Amass token to sacrifice. Then you can get Dark Deal, which wheels everybody, and then you get 18 triggers of Orcish Bowmaster, some number, and you can sacrifice all the orcs in response to the triggers to tutor over and over and over and over again with Razaketh.
Right.
So this is a combo card. In addition to being removal, in addition to being stacks, in addition to just killing people with a giant orc.
I did not think about the stupid Amass orcs. What? It didn't need that, and it was already good. So who said 20? Who was asking of $20 for Orcish Bowmasters? Buy it for $20. I feel like
I feel like you can probably get it for 12 at some point, because if you compare it to Opposition Agent is like an $8 card, but like it's so insane. It is going in literally every single black deck. If you're not playing this in black, you either actively don't want creatures or you're dumb.
Right. Well, yeah, exactly. Like, you've got some really crazy, sort of reality scramble thing going on or something. I feel like this is even good to reality scramble. I don't know.
It's so good. The card is just...
It's pretty cracked. Luris loves it. Yeah, exactly. It goes right into my Lotho list. I'm telling you. I don't have the draw because I'm running Lotho, who is the Crom of Treasures. But provided you have the draw, I'll just nuke your board. It's cracked. It's a S tier. It's as good as it gets. I would say it's the best commander from the set, but it's not legendary. It's good. The both of them. I love them. I love the bows they've got. I love the art. The art for this one, the art for the other one. And yeah, you could just sacrifice. It's any sack outlet too. So bear that in mind. It's not just Razaketh, but you're absolutely right. Like, if you run Dark Deal, which is the wheel in black. I don't know if not that many people play Dark Deal. I think I had one printing in Fate Reforged. But each player discards all cards in his or her hand, then draws that many cards -1. So it's like a lesser wheel, but it is still doing the wheel effect. So if you have a list that runs wheels, there's some sort of synergy with it, you might want to run this. Notion Thief is in these colors, so obviously good for that if you can't afford the Time Twister. But yeah, it's good. It's really good. Again, any sack outlet will do the trick. So like, you could double down on anything. You could ramp with it with like your Ashnod's Altar or your Phyrexian.
Or you could just kill people with Goblin Bombardment and deal 2 damage per instead.
Did you need more? Well, not that, okay, why would you do this? But Ob Nixilis, you've got this pinging, but you could do Goblin Bombardment for more pings, more
and
exile.
Then Mayhem Devil, which triggers off of Goblin Bombardment, and then you have Blood Artist, which is triggering off the tokens dying.
All right. Well, I feel like we all agree on this one. I don't think the audience has too much to say about this, but here, we can end the poll. Here, before I move away from Orcish Bowmaster's thoughts, audience, is this a good card? Will you buy it? When will you wear wigs? So the audience says, after much praise, after much fighting, 23% Phyrexian Arena, 30% would elect to play Dark Confidant if only one, and 46% say they will choose the call to answer the call of the ring.
And 1% say they don't play black.
And 1% say they don't play black. Correct. They're like, I don't touch this stuff. After Orcish Bowmaster, maybe they will. Just for the giggles, I want to use the Kraken and then finish March of the Ends and softly say, release the Kraken. Yeah, that'd be dope. Tyler says yes to Orcish Bowmasters. I assume to everything. Josh says trash tier, not worth a dollar. I roll. Yeah, Josh. We know that you're trying to coerce people not to desire this card so you can spec buy them, resell them after. I know. I see your game. I can respect that. But the next card is actually, why did I? Oh, yes. The One Ring to rule them all. For One
Do
Ring.
we want to talk about this in black, or are we going to talk about this in colorless?
Oh no, I'm talking about this in black. I'm talking about. Oh, for one reason, the ring tempts you. Then each player mills cards equal to your ring bearer's power. Yargle and Multani tech, anyone? It's the only thing I want to bring up with that. And then Sam's Desperate Rescue. This is
Oh,
my
sorry, I was thinking the One Ring,
no,
not
no,
the One
no,
Ring
no.
rule them all. Sorry, that's why I was
There,
confused.
there are so many references to the One Ring.
Yeah, no,
Not
my bad.
that. So I love this moment in the books, and I also happen to love it in the film, although it's not really elaborated on. I believe Sam does actually wear the ring for a moment in this instance, and that's why all the goblins and orcs are scared of him. He who wore it best, definitely Sam. Way better than Frodo. Probably should have just had this guy do it. But at any rate, Desperate Rescue. He kicks so much ass. Sam is probably the best fictional character, the best fictional friend ever devised. One black sorcery. Sorry. Return target creature card from your graveyard to your hand. The ring tempts you. So it's that upside of the ring, offering evasion, and it's creature recovery at a low cost. I like it. I like any sort of low CMC value piece like this. Obviously, you need a deck that actually values creatures for this to be viable or worthwhile, but there are certain decks where, like my Rograk and Tevesh, where I'm just constantly killing Rograk to Tevesh's ability, or just constantly killing Rograk to some other effect. And then low CMC things are great in those instances where I can just pull it back. Like I Culling the Weak and I pull it back, right? And play it for free and then activate all my stuff again, or just have a blocker. I like
And then
it.
you make one of your thralls a legendary creature, and you can sacrifice it to
Well, exactly. More Rograk and Tevesh tech right here. Legendary thralls, legendary ring-bearing thralls. Why the hell not? Yes, I like this card. I don't know if you have anything to say about it. It's just recovery.
Yeah, it's cool. Also, once again, if the ring stacks infinitely, this can be an outlet, because if you can loop this infinitely, you can just say, okay, swing with anything. It deals combat damage. Everyone take 2 million.
What?
So if the ring stacks, this
Oh,
is an outlet to win.
right. Infinite outlet. Yeah, that is 100% true. Huh. You could do like an Eternal Witness loop with this, right? So like you can sack Eternal Witness to Phyrexian Altar. Roll, Eternal Witness brings this back. Sack Eternal Witness for a black. Get this. Return it to your hand. Now you'd still need mana for something else.
Yeah, if you're doing a loop like Jessica's Will Reiterate, then you
right.
can just keep going bup, 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 bup.
And then cast and then bup, 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 bup. All right.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. That we'll have to wait and find out. Alex says, I sense a little nerd bias in the vote. Oh, really? Did you vote, Alex? What did you vote for? No, Bowmaster is up there with the Bats card, both S tier. Samwise the Strong. Lobelia Sackville Baggins, also Yargle Multani tech. So that's all I had for black. That was a lot of black cards, but you let me know.
Sadly, not Yargle Multani tech. You have to choose an opponent's graveyard for her.
Right. Yeah. Sorry. So your opponent's Yargle and Multani is your Lobelia Sackville Baggins tech. Anything else from black that you want to discuss, good sir?
One card. Golem's Scheming Guide. This is the new Dark Confidant.
Is this wait. Ooh, is this
one to black for a legendary creature, 2 power, 1 toughness. When this attacks, look at the top 2 cards of your library and reveal it. Look at the top 2 cards of your library and reorder them in any order. Your opponent names land or non-land. You reveal the card. If they guessed wrong, put this card into your hand and Golem is unblockable. If they guessed right, remove this from combat and put the card back. I don't believe this is a commander card. I'm seeing that you're having trouble finding it.
It's not. It's not on their website.
Really? Okay.
No. We have Golem, Patient Plotter, Golem's Bite, and Gorebag. But yeah, this one does exist. It's from the main set. That's weird.
Yeah. Okay.
I'll reach out. I'll talk to my contacts at Wizards and get them to fix this.
So, I love this card because, in general, you're looking at the top of your library. Like in the worst case scenario, you attack, your opponent guesses it, you keep the cards there. You still looked at the top 2 cards of your library. Basically, we're able to arrange them in whatever order you want. And at worst, you know the top 2 now, and you can sacrifice a fetch land and then shuffle. So it does what Sensei's Divine Top does in letting you kind of reorder the top cards of your library. But on top of that, it can just draw you a card every turn. The card is really good.
Yeah.
Only question I have is what's in my pocket?
Is it better than Call of the Ring?
Uh it's it's that is a harder one to answer. I think Call of the Ring is still probably better than this,
All right,
but this
here.
is like a nice kind of Dark Confidant-esque effect. Because if
Here.
you're running high CMC stuff in your deck and you don't want Dark Confidant, you might be willing to run Golem.
All right, I'm calling out Alex here. Not that I want to see if that bias is still. Give me the best draw spell in the game. Oh, it's
Best one?
Mystic Remora.
Like Mystic Remora or like Ad Nauseam if you count Ad Nauseam.
No, I don't count on now. Make it black though. What's the next best black draw spell?
Peer into the Abyss?
Sure. Okay. Which would you rather run? Which would you rather run? That Peer into the Abyss is the best draw spell in black. But of these three, Alex and everyone else, bias aside, take off those rose-tinted glasses, okay, for a second. We get that you're obsessed with ring lore, hobbits touching golden objects. We get it. Put that aside. Tell me which one you would rather play. It's probably going to be PETA. Alex Duran says this card is hilarious. The flavor of the set is top-notch. I agree.
Also, can we acknowledge how buggy his eyes look in this art? Like, holy crap.
Yeah, it's creepy as hell. It's almost like a cat when you see them in the dark or something, and there's like a glaze or that secondary film over their eyes, and it sort of has this weird, like, glossy reflection, high gloss reflection. It's like that.
I'd be offended by saying that this looks like a cat. Like, this looks like a freaking 30-year-old cat that's like on its deathbed with its eyes looking opposite directions. Like, it looks like that.
But it does have a lot of likes in that like TikTok adoption video. So
yes.
But yeah, you know what I mean. Are there any other black cards you guys want to discuss before we move away from black? Yeah, Call of the Ring, 71%. Be sure to vote. Again, PETA, Golem, or Call of the Ring. Alex, everyone else, what would you rather play?
I will say I voted. I voted. I chose Call of the Ring partially just because I'm like, having the consistent draw is usually better than the burst draw. And
really?
I think PETA is good, don't get me wrong, but PETA doesn't fit into every deck unless it's like a hardcore combo deck. Call of the Ring fits into anything.
And you can't redirect Call of the Ring.
True, yeah.
But you can choose new ring bearers or elect to choose the same ring bearer. How about that? And it's you like, but you're right. The flexibility of the draw is actually really good. Like, you may lose 2 life. You don't have to, right? Mm-hmm. So yeah. I'm interested to see how this poll ends. I'll leave it there for a couple more minutes. Vegan Economist says...
That is what I will say. PETA's a better build around. Call of the Ring's better is just a general card.
I agree. And then Golem, we'll see how that fares. Vegan Economist says Necropotence is the best draw. Yes.
Not true.
I know what... I know it's not, but yes, it is. And yes, it is the best. But it's not, technically. Infinite combat loop with him and have to add red would be good, says Douglas, concerning, I believe, Golem's scheming guide. That would be good. All right, so moving on, we have red. And I have on my little list, display of power. So for generic and double red, oh, sorry, actually, you're leading the way on red. Did I lead the way on black? I did. You're leading the way on red.
You led the way on all of them because we're letting you lead the way, and then I pick up the remainder.
I thought you started blue. Did I start blue?
Yeah, you started blue.
How filthy. I feel disgusted with myself. I wanted to do every other, but this is fine. I'm
fine with how we have it set up right now.
All right, so after I go through my 4 red cards, then I will end the poll, but really, tell me true. Which is your favorite? And don't let Will's opinion, sway you either way there. Display of power. For a generic and double red instant speed, the spell can't be copied. Copy any number of target instant and or sorcery spells. You may choose new targets for the copies. Yeah, this is just really good interaction in red, specifically if you're trying to change the outcome of a counter war. Or you don't even have to do that. It's just a copy spell. So baseline, someone goes ad nauseum, you go copy any number of target instant sorcery spells that, and I will also ad nauseum, except I'll ad nauseum for 3 mana, and then I'll use the leftover mana I have to Simian Spirit Guide, remove your spell from the stack. It could be a Tybalt's Trickery or anything, right? Whatever you can do in red for yourself. But yeah, it's quite good. I would say that this fares better when mixed with more colors, but in consideration, it probably wouldn't go into a list that included blue because blue always has better things to do and will likely be 46% of other blue instant speed spells. Yeah, I think it's good. I like Display of Power.
This card does so much, because going into what you're saying, it's even more insane, because if someone cast Ad Nauseam and there's a whole counter war and the Ad Nauseam guy would win the counter war, you cast this and then cast 5 counter spells targeting the Ad Nauseam and get your own Ad Nauseam. So it's not only did you seal the fate and stop your opponent's combo, but you are now going to be winning the game. So for 3 mana.
Right. It's really good. It's so someone's suggesting that they will definitely consider slamming this in Hinata, says Ripkis, which is Dawn Crowned, Kieran from the Neon Dynasty set. But spells you cast cost 1 less to cast for each target.
It costs 1 less. Let's go.
Right. It's like you're right. Not that, but that's the other thing though. Like even without the cost reduction from Hinata, it's good, right? But there, it's really good. It's a fork, but a much better fork. But what's also cool is like in that counter war, because I fully suspect if someone does have it, they will try to, like Ad Nauseam, Force of Will, Pact of Negation, and then you could be like Display of Power, copy the Force of Will, hit the Pact of Negation, copy the Ad Naus. Your Force of Will resolve. I get an Ad Nauseam, and then do I pull my Born Upon a Win and just win on top of all of this? That'd be kind of cool, actually. But it's good. I like it a whole lot. We've got.
I do also want to add that this card is amazing with the Magecraft things, like what's it called, Stormkiln Artisan, and the the name of the blue one, because you're copying a ton of spells on the stack, and that's going to be like make 7 treasures or draw 7 cards, which is going to be great. And for anyone who wants to think of a very dumb combo, this does have a combo line where you can use any instant or sorcery that says put something from your graveyard to your hand. I'll say Regrowth, or I'll say one of the weird blue ones, and then any instant speed ritual like Seething Song. So you cast the thing, cast Seething Song, and then you use this and then keep copying them over and over and over again, making infinite mana. So there's some weird potential with this. I don't think it's going to do combo things, but I think it's going to do control things.
Does that... So wait, you say recovery spell to get this back?
Yes, so it's recovery spell and Seething Song. Then you cast this, copying the 2. Then you get another copy of the recovery spell and Seething Song. Get 3 red, or get a 5 red. Get Display Power back from your graveyard. Cast it, copying the 2 original again. Cast copying the 2 original. Combo. And then you have infinite red, and then you can cast anything from your hand that could be an outlet, and you start copying the 2 spells plus the 3rd one to lightning bolt your opponent's to death or something.
Or hear me out.
A great combo, but it's a thing.
Hear me out. You just play Aragorn the Uniter, and then you just win off of casting the Seething Song. Am I wrong? Right? But what was the okay, you're not copying this in that loop, you're just recovering Display of Power?
Yep, because the recovery spell will recover Display of Power, and then you can keep copying the recovery spell. And that is a legal loop.
I like it.
I wish you could copy this, because then you just cast Fork.
Yeah, seriously, it would make life so much easier. Okay, so Archgale Emeritus.
Archmage of Emeritus. Yep, that's the blue one.
Says Gax, thank you for that. Can you use this to win off of enemy using Grapeshot Storm?
Yes. You can copy all the Grape Shots.
Right. So, oh my God. That's so dumb. That's so funny. Yeah. Imagine that. Like if they have this massive storm turn and you're just sitting there. You're like, yeah, Cool. You copy like brain freezes on the stack for value, I guess. There's a lot of things you can do with this. That's good. Like if they go off and try to end the game with Grape Shot. Yeah, totally. This goes into my Magda list, says Alex.
This goes into many lists. This card is just very cool.
So my next suggested card is Erebor, the Flamesmith. So anytime you see these types of effects, they're worthwhile. I mean, this is sort of just a copy of another card. Am I wrong? One generic and a red, 2/1. Whenever you cast insert a sorcery spell, it deals 1 damage to each opponent. Isn't this the same as that one goblin? What's its name? There's a goblin that does this.
I think you're thinking of Gutter Snipe, and Gutter Snipe is a 3 mana and it does 2. But there's a couple cards that do this effect.
Right. I am thinking of Gutter Snipe. I don't remember that art though. I remember this art. Yeah, whenever you cast it. So what's better about this and what I like about it is there's a new legendary called Obnixilis Kingpin, Captive Kingpin. Maybe you've heard of it. He will like this. I don't know if he needs this. No, that's not even true. Like he wants so much of a redundancy of these types of effects that the more the merrier. So just keeping a low curve with something like this at 2 CMC is very good. It's obviously an outlet, provided you have an infinite combo that relies on instant speed or sorcery spells. Very likely instant speed. But it's good. It just works in tandem with the things that care about pings, and it's a 2/1. I like it a lot.
So I had this card as well for a couple reasons. 1, Obnixilis. 2, Curiosity Control for the exact same reason as Obnixilis. You put that on this, or you put a Curiosity on Gearson, and then this is another thing that does Curiosity stuff. But on top of that, this is a dwarf that's playable in Magda.
Yeah.
And if you go for the Academy Manufacturer line where you make infinite untapped treasures, food, and clues, you can draw your deck, get this, cast Reiterate on like anything, or cast any number of instant or sorcery spells and just burn your opponents out. So this is another dwarf for Magda that'll make you treasure, but can also be used as a win con. I like it.
Yeah. So yeah, you're gonna pull a copy too. So like this is a really good one at the common slot for 2 decks easily. And just so Alex says, it's going in Magda. Yep.
It's a dwarf and it's playable.
And just to and you can sort of explain your reasoning on this really quickly, I suppose, Will. I mean, I think there's some general confusion towards the idea of it, but Alex is asking, how does the ring mechanic go infinite or stack infinitely? Potentially. Yeah. We've been saying, but you can explain that.
So it's basically whenever you get tempted by the ring, you get the next thing in line or you get a permanent copy of the next thing in line, so the ring gains that effect permanently. So the question is, once it gets to the 5th trigger, once it's gotten all 4 effects, does it just move the ring around, or does it give you another copy of the 4th effect permanently? Meaning that it'll do 3 damage twice, then 3 damage 3 times, then 3 damage 4 times. Each time that you get tempted by the ring, it goes up 1 more, to the point where you're connecting and then getting 20 copies of the last effect and dealing 60 damage to your opponents. That's the question. So it's pretty much just, does it gaining the next effect permanently loop on the final effect, or does it just say it's gone through all of them, you're good? So that's the one question that a couple people have had. If the answer is yes, a lot of the ring cards are very good. If the answer is no, then the ring cards are somewhat playable for a couple of them, and a lot of them are just kind of unplayable.
It's the one question to rule them all, for sure.
Indeed.
Josh Holmes says Fire Inscription plus this. Well, my next card is Fiery Inscription. For 2 generic and a red enchantment, Fire Inscription enters the battlefield. The ring tempts you. Whenever you cast instant sorcery, deals 2 damage to each opponent. Just another outlet where the ring tempts you. Again, as we've stated this whole time, if the ring tempting you is relevant for a potential win, you've got 2 wins here, and it's very cheap. I think that this will go well into any sort of Rakdos, Saxdos list. Like, you always want those sort of payoffs that in a cEDH setting, life is a resource. So the more damage you can do to people to dwindle their life total so that they don't go into that ad nauseum turn with as much life as possible, the better. It's fine. I can't say that this is any better than the other one that is a good payoff in Magda and or Ob Nixilis, but it's there. It exists.
Yep. That's it's just a nice little piece of tech. It's also another copy of Gutter Snipe, which a lot of people are going to be happy about.
Mm-hmm. And the last one I have is Moria Marauder. Now, I like this a lot, and maybe I don't play goblins enough, but it seems like it's like a hit or miss for some people. Not everyone is drawn to this card, but we got two really interesting forms of goblin orc synergy tech. So double red, 1/1 body, double strike. Whenever a goblin or orc you control deals combat damage to a player, exile the top card of your library. You may play that card this turn. Obviously, you have the choice to make these attacks, which also means that you could sort of dictate how many attacks go through if you're predicting blockers. So I was reading a lot of complaints concerning this card stating like, oh, but exiling cards at the end of your turn, this is bad. Like, exiled cards aren't good. Like, having things exiled is bad. And I'm like, well, you are making the calls on what's attacking, and you are plotting out these attacks hopefully with some sort of forethought behind them, to where you know how much you're going to exile and you know what you can do with your resources, what's in hand and what's on the battlefield. So that's not as big a concern for me. The fact that they need to deal combat damage to a player is the bigger concern. This itself is a double striker 1/1, so provided you have one person you can swing at, it's good. The ring tempting you in this scenario would be very good. Like, you want this to be a legendary Moria Marauder that can't be blocked by things easily. And then you'll get to exile stuff and do more. So if you have consequential ring temptation and or your commander is giving you temptation, this just gets better. But the way I see this is the same way I see the other card that was in black that gives you draw and treasure. You probably want to put it in a list that cares about having goblins. Let's be real, not orcs, but goblins. And red has more goblin token generation than black does. So by virtue of that, this is better. Only because it's more playable in those mono red list. If you do happen to branch out to Rakdos, though, I do feel like this is good. Like, I could see this putting in some work. Is this the best, utility in the world? No, but like, you don't have Rhystic Study. I'm sorry, red. You don't have Rhystic Study. You're going to take the value where you can get it. And if it means Goblin Tribal, dumb Moria Marauder kind of setups, then that's what you do.
Yeah. I think that this makes cEDH Krenko way better, just because if you can get Krenko out and get an army of goblins and then tutor for this, you swing for 30 things and find one of the weird infinite combos for Krenko and just win.
Mm-hmm.
On top of that, if you're running Gut with the background haunted one, this will let you get the little bit of value you need to do all your goblin stuff. If you're running the Rakdos Wart, the Raid Mother, or Wart Auntie.
Bogart Auntie, yeah.
Yeah. If you're running that, this is probably an auto include as well. And there's a bunch of other decks that were just cEDH Goblin Tribal that didn't get there, but this probably helps. Because we've gotten this and another card from a previous set that's when a goblin you control dies, you may exile the top card of your library and play that until the end of your next turn, I think. So goblins have been getting a lot of impulse draw effects to be able to go through their deck a lot faster. This is another one. Goblins are actually slowly getting to the point where they're actually going to be good cEDH commanders or good cEDH decks. So this is another step to making that a reality.
Yeah. And for that, I love it. Peer into the Abyss, 47% to Call of the Rings, 41%.
Yeah.
You like the build around draw more than you like the consistent draw. When I say consistent, you might not have a creature, right? But
you have a commander. You're probably going to have a creature.
Yeah, and then you're probably prioritizing their commander before this anyway. Anyways.
There are 2 red cards on my list. I think you said that this was your last red card, right?
It is. And one comment on Moria Marauder, Josh says, this makes Dockside playable. Finally. Yeah, true.
Yeah, we did it, guys.
Yeah.
We finally made Dockside a good enough card.
Right, because after you cast Dockside, what's he do?
Exactly.
What do you just hope you have snap in your hand? You just hope you have a way to reanimate it or flicker it. Now it's a valuable attacker. Sure.
Yeah, let's go.
Sure. And also relevant that it's a goblin over orc with the other black card. And someone states that it's a warrior too. So I mean, I guess Nagila
Yeah,
cares.
Nagila likes it.
Right. It's too bad she doesn't make goblin warriors. Anyway.
I know. Such a shame.
Oh my god, she made goblin warriors.
That would be great if she made Goblin Warriors, because then you have Skirk Prospector with Nagila to try to win.
Right.
So I have 2 red cards. First one is Cast into the Fire. This is a new Abrade. So it's a 1 and a red, instant, choose one, either deal 2 damage to, or deal 1 damage to up to 2 targets, or exile an artifact. It's just another Abrade. You can kill off your opponent's Dorks, Esper Sentinels, other weird low health things, or you can exile an artifact. I think this card is nice. It's definitely worse Abrade, but it is another Abrade. So I think that people might see this here and there.
Mm-hmm.
Red's not going to hate playing this.
Yeah, no, I agree. And sorry, Josh says Prosper decks will like Moria Marauder too. So yeah.
Also true. Yeah, it's a 2 mana draw 2 every turn as long as there's someone to punch. Mm-hmm. It's good.
Cast in the Fire is good. Does it pass the lighted halfling test? I don't think so.
Oh no, delighted halfling is a 1/2.
Yeah. I mean, that's okay. It's like it's gonna hit some other stuff. But yeah, I like it.
Yeah.
It's just another option for the Abrade slot.
And this next card is one that I completely missed the first time I was looking through the set, and I've been nerding out about this card ever since. Spiteful Banditry.
Spiteful Banditry.
So this card is X red for an enchantment. When this enters the battlefield, I believe. I can't remember if it's enter the battlefield or when you cast this. Deal X damage to each creature. Whenever 1 or more creatures dies, you may make a treasure token, only trigger once per turn. This is just an enchantment that wipes the board and makes you treasures occasionally, which there are 2 red decks that care about making treasures, Magda and Godo. Both of them will love this card, because if things just occasionally die, you're still going to keep getting treasures over and over and over again. Mm-hmm. And worst case scenario, you can use this as just 3 mana, kill all enemy dorks, and make a treasure.
Yeah,
it's good. I mean, this card is really good.
At that mythic slot, does it bother you that you only get to trigger it once each turn?
Like, I would lose my mind if it could trigger more than once, but like, it's still playable. It's still playable then, even at trigger once each turn.
Right. It's not equivalent. I'm just looking at it relative to something like a Dockside, and they're not equivalent because this is removal. But yeah. And I think it's important to note that this is more. It's interesting. I like this and like Meat Hook Massacre. They're coming up with some really interesting utilities in this way, and I like that quite a lot. So yeah, I feel like I sort of glossed over this, but it's better than I think. I think that it'll certainly see play. What the heck? And if you're in red, this is just an excuse to run removal, because you should be running more removal. I think by and large, cEDH players in particular should be running more removal, not just counters. And this is a good way to get there, and it's benefiting you just being in existence. So,
because even if the board is completely open and there's no creatures or anything, you pay double red and just play this, because it's like, well, if I'm not going to use my mana for the turn, might as well set this up.
the audience is thank you guys. Pubsom MTG, right. It's a Heat Hook Massacre. Thales says Meat Hook Massacre. I'm
calling it that now. I love that.
It's Red's Meat Hook. I didn't know. It's so funny. I but again, like just like that, will we get a cycle of massacres? Will we get a cycle of these effects? Blues is going to be too good. Blues is going to be. It's not going to be limited. It's going to be whenever 1 or more creatures dies, draw a card. This ability can trigger multiple times each turn. It specifically says that.
It's going to be like bounce X creatures to their owner's hands whenever creatures return to a player's hand, draw a card. something like that.
Yo, that is blues. Calling it.
Yeah.
Okay, so Will's prediction. And what so we got Heat Hook Massacre, we got Meat Hook Massacre. What is blues? Here, that's the question. Here.
Blues would be Yeet Hook Massacre.
Yeah. What is blues Meat Hook Massacre? And feel free to leave a reply to the Q&A. What is blues Meat Hook Massacre? All right. You have another red force though.
Oh no, that was my second red. So those are my 2 reds.
All right. On that note, does the audience have any red cards that they would like to look at before we move on? But, Whites is going to heal. Whites is going to heal all players, says Matt. Yeah, and free health. And then whenever an opponent gains life, your opponents draw cards. And that's Whites. Heel Hook Massacre. What were you gonna say though, Will? I'm sorry.
But you covered like all the other red cards I was gonna mention, so I'm like, oh, we're both on the same page for most of these.
Yeah, I have 2 for green. I think it's time to move.
Yeah,
only 2.
I think I have a little bit more than 2, so we're gonna have a couple more things to cover.
All right, let's talk about this dweeb over here. This guy looks so damn delighted. What's she delighted about? That's that stupid flower. Sorry, I'm just trying to rain on her parade. She's allowed to be happy. She's pretty good. She's 1 green, 1 2. Tap for a colorless. Ugh. She's not even an elf. Why would you bother running her? Oh, there's more. What's it say? There were toys the Hobbit children had never... No, not that. You could tap it to add 1 mana of any color. Spend this mana only to cast legendary spells. And that spell can't be countered. So, Urza's Ruinous Blast, anyone? Or... your
board wipe. Let's go Supreme Verdict.
Yeah, exactly. Or just your commander if you're a scared loser.
What a nerd.
What a nerd. What a delighted little halfling you are. No, it's good. I feel like this audience, if you've been a fan of this channel for a while, you know I don't care. I don't really care about Cavern of Souls, but I do think that this is better. I don't think Cavern of Souls should have been $80 or whatever the heck it was, like when I was playing and it was a consideration like more heavily years ago. I don't know what that card's evaluated at now, but this is good. This is really good.
60-ish?
60 still, like, screw Cavern of Souls. Play this. Don't play Cavern of... No one wants to counter your Tymna. No one. Stop. Please. No one wants to do that. They would rather run a Dranith Magistrate out and just let you look at your Tymna. They're not trying to counter it. But this is dope though, for a lot of reasons.
My mistake. It's 45.
Oh, good. Oh, good. So I guess I rubbed off on some of the market. Will, what's your thought on Delighted Halfling?
You said pretty much everything. Like, it's just such a good card because it's another 1-mana dork that's actually playable, so it's great for your Sylvali, your Morrowind, anything that you're trying to get out on turn 2. And also it's really good color fixing for stuff like Animar. So the card is just quite nice. I will also say the art for the basic card does look like you can just look at her and say, what a nerd.
She's so cute though. I feel like she'd be really friendly. She's like the friend that always has like tissue paper if you get teary-eyed, or she's always there to like listen to you, but she's never like the first person you call if you want to like have a drunken hangout. It's like you might bump into her, but then secretly she has the coolest like life. Like behind doors, you don't even know. She's like the coolest one of all your friends. Even if you could call her that, because she only considers you an acquaintance. Anyways, Josh Holmes says blue will be bounce all non-land permanent. For their massacre would be bounce all non-land. Yes, that seems appropriate for blue. Are we looking at just LOTR set or not the precons? We're looking at the precons right after this. Pub Stomp, not the main set, but would love your opinion on Cavern Horde. Yes, Gax. Yes, yes.
We're getting there. We are going to be getting there.
But yes, I like it. That was one of the last spoils. Pub Stomp says this is scary and Najila ready. Yeah. Matt Robertson says now my Yoshimaru deck has a new champion. Victoria says Cavern is to land Grand Abolisher. Cavern is to land, Grand Abolisher. Is Grand Abolisher is to creatures?
Well, it's saying that like a Cavern of Souls, this is the land equivalent of Grand
Oh,
Polisher. I think
right. Or
that's how it was meant.
you want a Cavern of Souls, a Grand Abolisher. Sure. Sure. Right? But it doesn't have to be legendary? It's just a creature?
For Grand Abolisher? Or
For
no,
Cavern.
Cavern of Souls, a specific creature type.
Okay.
Whatever you named.
Yeah. Human. Sure.
Yeah.
Timna and Grand Abolisher. Right.
Citizen,
Right. Yeah. You're not. I get that. But don't run Cavern of Souls. Just have faith that you can cast a Grand Abolisher. No one's gonna stop you. Just when it's on the stack, be like, I don't have the win this turn, and then proceed to win the game. That always gets them. Just pretend like you don't have the win, and then your friends will. They're daft enough. Like they're like this delighted halfling. She'll believe you. Sorry. She just looks like she's got like a pencil tin in her back pocket. Elven Foresight. Why are we picking on this card so much? Okay, you got a poll for you here. Delighted Halfling. Which art do you like better? Art. Do you like I think it's Livia Prima, right? She did the other one. These are the important questions, okay? This is why you join the live. So just bear with me. Livia Prima. Or do you prefer Inca? So I'm Livia Prima or Inca Schultz. And just as a reminder, this is the one with the pencil tin in the back pocket. Okay. Yeah, Paul.
This is the one that always has an extra pen for someone to borrow.
Right, and then you never give it to her. You give it back to her. And she takes inventory of that too. She's like, over the past 3 years, you've taken 7 of my ballpoint pens and 1 Sharpie. And I would really like those back.
You owe me $12.42.
Exactly. She has it down. And plus inflation, plus like interest. She's like, yeah, well, technically $13.75, but I'll give it to you. I'll give them to you for what you had originally stolen them from me for. And then you're like, yeah, I'll get back to you on it. And like another year rolls by and she just like passive aggressively just lets it slide. So anyways, Elven Farsight. Good chat. Sorcery speed green, scry 3. Then you may reveal the top card of your library. If it's a creature, draw a card. Few can foresee whither their road will lead them till they come to its end, says Legolas, who is completely trash from the set.
Yeah, there's not a single good Legolas.
I know, which is so upsetting because I think the world, it wouldn't have brought about world peace. It wouldn't have brought about world, end of world hunger. But I think that the world would have been a better place with a really good playable Legolas in Magic the Gathering. And we really missed the mark there. At any rate, I like this because it's scry in a color that's not blue and it's potential draw in a color that likes creatures. I don't think it's great. I don't think it's going to be in every list. I think that this could potentially see play in a list like Savala, where you need to find your draw spells, and that this is just going to benefit you in putting that at the top. Like, it doesn't have to be a creature. But yeah, it's good fixing. It's not better than any other thing that you could be manipulating, though. Like, you should probably run a Sensei's Dividing Top if that's a real concern of yours, but notable. I think it's cool.
Yeah, green opt.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Green opt.
Yeah.
So I have... I think how many more? I think I have 3 green cards. Oh, I got 4 green cards that were not covered yet. So I guess we can start it off with a Elven Chorus, which is just 3 and a green for an enchantment. Your creatures can tap for any color, and then also you can play creatures off the top of your library. Mm-hmm. So it's 4 mana, just turn all your guys into dorks and let you play stuff off the top. There's a lot of decks that have wanted the effects that turn all your stuff into dorks. And there's a lot of decks that want you to be able to play creatures off the top. This hits both on the head. Like, it is just a really good card.
Yeah, like, Thrasios is a body to add to your Thrasios ability. Not bad.
Yeah, indeed. And the card is like pretty well statted, because if you look at it with what is the name of the Cryptolitherite? Cryptolitherite has the
generic
creature dork effect. So this costs 2 generic more, and then it has the effect of one of the future sight creature guys, which says you can play creatures off the top, which the one that we have is a 4 mana 3/4 that lets you play creatures off the top.
Mm-hmm.
So this is just a fantastic card. This card is
Mm-hmm.
just very, very good.
Mm-hmm.
Um, so then any input on this card, Patrick?
No, I did want to address the comments really quick though. But yeah, Cavern is played for the for Blue Farm players. I will state though that every time I've played Blue Farm and anytime I've played against Blue Farm, and they name human Cavern of Souls, I swear to God, I've never seen them cast the Grand Abolisher off of Cavern of Souls. Like it just never comes to hand when the Cavern of Souls is out, or they have the Grand Abolisher and they just hard cast it off of something else. And it's like it's so largely irrelevant for that list. I think that you are far too concerned about the board if you're running a Cavern of Souls for a mass silence effect. But I again, like my someone who regularly plays Blue Farm against me, and I've never seen it cast off of. I've seen it come down and say human and cast Hymna, but I've never seen in that same breath, like that same game, like it get the Grand Abolisher out because I guess the Ranger Captain of Eos. So there you go. That was cool. And then you have another silence. So for that it's good, but it's like I don't give a shit. It's not gonna. No one's gonna counter these things. I'm sorry. No one is gonna counter these things. No one. No one does. Like that creature counter we pointed out. No one does. And I agree that Legolas and Gimli should have been partners. It would have been really cool to have a new Gruul pairing. But yeah.
It would have been fantastic if it's whenever a creature dies, Gimli makes a treasure. Whenever a creature dies, Legolas makes a +1/+1 counter. That would have been like a funny little pairing. It
Right.
still only counts as one.
Right. I wish the counter of kills they paired or something. That would have been really cool because we literally got everyone else, right? Frodo, Sam, Merry, Pippin, um, Aragorn, and his wife. God, what's her name? Liv Tyler. They're in the same card, but we don't have a. Yeah, I don't know why. Kind of a miss there. Yeah, kind of a miss there so far as like elf dwarf relations are concerned. Elven core is fine. I like it. I agree with you. Sorry, no, just that. Yeah, it's good.
So next one I have is Entush Restoration. 2 and a green for an instant. It's Harrow, but it puts the lands into play tapped. And if you have a creature with power 4 or greater, you get an extra land. I only have this in here because we have the one serpent that's like Tatiova, but instead of gaining life, it has a exploration stapled in on it. And other land commanders that would actually kind of like this because that's going to be 3 lands for you. So I think it's a cool effect.
Yeah, Old Man Willow tech.
Yeah,
Let's
it's also
go.
just 3 mana to ramp 2 at instant speed.
Was that your last green card?
I have one more.
Is it? Did Josh guess it?
Hold up, what is it? No, it's not that.
Okay.
My next green card in my actually, sorry, I have 2 more. So I have a Peregrine Took, which I'm bringing this up because you brought it up in the Discord, and then I brought up like, oh, this actually does have some combos, so I might as well bring them up. Took says whenever you make a token, make a food as well, and then you can sacrifice 3 foods to draw a card. So we have a combo using I can never remember her name, but she's the background commander that says your tokens have tap, make a green. Then you have Academy Manufacturer and Ant Queen. I cannot remember her name, but I can try to find it really quick. But the idea is that you can tap your food and your clue to activate Ant Queen, making an ant, making a food, which makes another food clue and treasure. And then you can repeat that to make infinite mana, which also lets you draw your deck, which also lets you gain infinite life, and you just win from there. So there's some potential here. It's not like fantastic, but it's something that like if you want to build an off-meta deck, here's something to note.
Jaheira, Friend of the Forest.
There you go. See, tis Jaheira.
Tis
Yep.
Jaheira. Thank you.
Jahira, Jahira.
Yes, the legend. You were correct. Entish Resto does seem fun and cool, says Bloodblade.
Yeah. And
Both those things are true.
anything about Took for you, Pat?
No, you encapsulated the boy well. He's a 2/3. Healthy body, healthy boy. Loves his food. Art's
Yeah.
amazing. A lot of the art from the set is amazing. Yeah, it's fine. It's a goofy one. It's not going to be a 2-card combo with anything immediately, to my knowledge.
Yeah.
But the dream is there to just win the game off of food. So
Yep.
keep it alive.
And then my final green card, and this is one that is gonna have some very weird usages. Last March of the Ents, which this is a massive draw card. So Last March of the Ents is just an uncounterable sorcery for 8 mana. It says draw equal to the greatest toughness amongst your creatures and then put any number of creatures from your hand into the battlefield. This card is really good in any deck that cares about having big things. You're going to be playing this in your Marwyn the Nurturer deck because you're going to make Marwyn like a 10/10 and then tap Marwyn to play this to draw 10 cards and then put all your elves into play, which is going to give Marwyn a bigger buff and untap Marwyn. Maybe you get Teamer Sabertooth plus Hyrex Tower Scout onto the field this way and win the game. Um, with Selvala, exactly the same thing. With Raga Draga, you cast this, which lets you untap one of your dorks and give it +7/+7, and then you tap that. You can tap that dork for 10, and you're drawing 10 cards, putting creatures into play. This card has a lot of potential. It's going to see niche play here and there. I don't think it's going to be anything crazy, but it's definitely going to be doing some solid work. And I will note, Patrick is going to laugh whenever anyone casts this and he uses Reprieve to counter it. Because Reprieve doesn't counter. It gets around that last March of the Ents.
That's right. I have an answer. The blue players will look to me, their hands full of Romans. They'll be like, I wish I had the spell. And I'll be like, I have the spell.
when their hands have Romans and they're coming at me with their demands.
Exactly. What will you do for me? Provided I return this to his hand, what will you do for me? But then, the Selvala also just tapped for like 23 minutes. So, it's not like it's not like I really stopped it. But it's true. Let's see here. Espresso Fry Bread said, Took is a 2/3, food cost 2 to gain 3. But I may be looking too deep into the flavor here. Yeah, that's true. You're not looking, I think we're still on the surface level here. I think there's more to this. Please get back with your findings. If there's anything else to Took we should know about. So we have subtlety. Subtlety? Oh. Bloodblade says this card is pretty sick, especially in Selvala, singing the word Selvala. Popstomp says, not that it's cEDH viable, but glad Mirror Guardian represents dwarvish women having a beard, just like Tolkien described. Which one is this?
I really quickly do want to say, I'm sorry, Alex, but I don't think Subtlety is a good card. It's the worst of the Evoke Elementals from that one set, so sorry about that.
Oh. But yeah, this is awesome. I do agree with you. Yeah, when it dies, the ring tempts you. It's a 4/2. The art is so good just all over in this set, but yeah, I absolutely love this. This looks like it belongs on the wall in a museum. Like the degree, like the level at which this was painted, it could have been like, I feel like it was done. Sorry, I love the art for this game. That's like a whole separate topic, something I would love to explore further with WotC's support. We'll see. But Fall of Gilgalad. So a no on Fall of Gilgalad, Josh. It's a yes. It's a yes on Fall of Gilgalad. We'll go there. So generic and a green, scry 2. Then put 2 1/1 counters on target creature control. Then until end of turn, target creature you control gains when this creature dies, draw 2 cards. Then the creature fights up to 1 other target creature. So we kind of want it to die is the idea. Oh, it's fine. For 2, I get it. The cost is low, but Scry 2 for 2, the counter manipulation could be important with some decks like Marath you mentioned earlier, Will.
Yep. I think the buff into the fight effect is nice because that means that you can kill a couple more things, and then the draw is nice. If you actually have something small that you want to die, then you can probably
Right.
find some kind of clean trade.
Yeah, I like it enough. Victoria says, don't know if I missed the conversation on this card or not, but is Born Upon a Wind cEDH playable? Yes.
Yes. Yes.
Is it
No question that card is going to be a staple.
is it good enough without the cost reduction to make Flash Hulk playable? Well, Flash is banned, but yeah, you could do like a. I get what you're saying. You want to use it as like a Flash alternative.
So it's Born Upon a Win is pretty much
Doesn't
just going to be 2 mana, hold up your turn until an opponent's turn, and then play when they don't have interaction. So you can just get out your Thorical Win on someone else's turn, or you can cast Ad Nauseam and keep up 1 in the blue, flip until you hit Born Upon a Win and whatever else you need, then cast Born Upon a Win and win on an opponent's turn.
Mhm.
Or you can get Necropotence and pay almost all of your life, draw like 39 cards, cast Born Upon a Win and cast everything from your hand and win the game on your end step. Born Upon a Win mixes with a bunch of different cards to just become a combo. It's so good.
Yeah, it's quite good. Born Upon a Win is Underworld Breach or Oracle Consult and someone's end step win in response when everyone is tapped out. Yeah,
Yeah.
says Ken. I agree. I to answer your question though, if you mean you want to manipulate it as a potential like, if you have a sack outlet on board, right? Because Flash was so good in that it was a 1 card win. You could flash it, it would sacrifice it just due to its effect, and then you would be able to play whatever pile you had. Um, this isn't going to operate in the same way. It's always going to be at least 2 cast, or like you have a high market or something on the battlefield and you can sacrifice it. So then it would be a 1 card cast, but you still need to use it and then play the Hulk. I would say that it's probably better, as Ken was saying, for like the Underworld Breach piles, and Will was saying, you know, there are several options for it. So it sort of just plays well into any deck. Fall of Gilgalad's a little bit less playable in all decks. I would rather throw Born Upon a Wind in the deck for the same CMC slot. But that's it for... Huh?
I do want to offer one part of Born Upon a Win with Underworld Breach. If you cast Breach on an opponent's end step before your turn, you keep Breach throughout your entire turn because it sacrifices at the beginning of the end step. So you can flash and Breach, use Breach for value, and then move to your turn and use Breach for the combo.
Right, because we're creating the triggers presumably on the cleanup step. Is that what you're suggesting? Which is past...
Yeah, so it's on the end step, we cast Born Upon a Win, cast Underworld Breach, and Underworld Breach gets sacrificed at the beginning of the next end step. So the next end step is the end step on your turn. You can use Breach for value to tutor or do whatever, then untap.
I was thinking off the Necropotence. Like you could Necro...
Oh yeah, you can do that too.
Right, and then also do it, and then you're past you're well past the point. Yeah, it's good. It's A-okay. That card is A-okay. That's it for green, unless there's anything else people want to talk about. A lot of Board Upon the Wind discussions. Is the same cost as Emergent Zone plus Cantrip, and you don't have to sack a land. It's a trigger for Niv Mizzet Perun and flashes in Curiosity. We all really like it. we all clearly like the card. But I'm going to move on to multicolored spells. Yeah, there's a couple of nutso cards from the set. Like, we were really spoiled with this one. It goes without saying, I think we're brewing this list Wednesday, so be sure to swing by the channel on Wednesday if you want to brew Aragorn the Uniter with me. I'm going to try to take it down a few different avenues that haven't been approached. I think that, again, the very obvious thing to do is Food Chain. I think Food Chain belongs in here, but there are very obvious Dockside loops and a variety of other 2-card combo loops that just win games. You know, and for me, I'm almost more interested in, like, I want to make 1 million human soldier tokens and have some haste enabling on the board, or I want to make Aragorn, like, do stacks and make Aragorn like a 79 and like kill someone with it. You know what I mean? I don't know what the math works out to be if that's divisible, but like you know,
you're gonna play that Sylvala Aragorn deck. Let's go. Just cast green cards and storm off.
Because there are there is hundreds upon hundreds of ways you could build this Aragorn. Like, you don't have to do, and I would even argue that MEL Dockside is better for this, because we do have a handful of tutors for enchantments here for food chain, but you've got far more tutors for creatures. So I would shoot for MEL Dockside before food chain, if I'm being frank.
Is Sabertooth Dockside better though? Because then you're casting Dockside.
Right, I'm sorry. This is true. You do need to make infinite mana and have casted. So Tamir is the I think I say Tamir in the video. I mean Tamir Sabertooth. But yeah, there's
I think you did, yeah.
Right. It is important that it's the cast. But yeah, there's just so many things you can do with Aragorn. I like it a lot. Don't have much to say. I'm going to be brewing it Wednesday, so I say that. There's a poll ongoing. If you want to brew Lotho with me on the channel, vote for that. And then maybe we'll do Lotho instead. I'm actually more personally interested in Lotho. I feel like Aragorn kind of, it's not solved. Yeah, but it's very self-explanatory. Like, you could do a lot with it, but all of it leads to one conclusion. You've got a very ridiculous deck here. It's good. Any thoughts on Aragorn?
Grindy value for control as well, just because every time you counterspell, you scry 2.
I can't wait to hear your thoughts on Lotho, aka Treasure Crom. Thank you, Ken. Thank you. Yes, I will proceed to continue calling it that. I have next for the multicolored spells, Denethor, Ruling Steward. Yes, I wish they depicted him like eating a cherry tomato here, but we've got a Orzhov and a generic, sorry, back there. 2/4, old man. Legendary creature, human noble. At the beginning of your end step, if a creature died under your control this turn, create a 1/1. I don't really care about that. The other effect, though, 2 generic, sacrifice another creature. Each opponent loses one. Okay. So, there's plenty of like grave crawler loops. There's plenty of ways to make infinite mana, and then you just have infinite mana in a creature you can cast and sacrifice, and then essentially you have an outlet. It's just an outlet for cool reanimate shenanigans. Or you could do like Leonin Relic Warder, Ashnod's Altered, Animate Dead. There are a variety of like Orzavian combos that just play well into Denethor. I wish that Denethor's first ability was a stacks effect or something that was more meaningful to the game, like a reason to play him earlier to just affect the game. Like, your opponents can only cast 1 spell a turn, and then you do this. But it's fine. It's fine. It's just an outlet in the command zone for the various creature combos in Orzhov.
Yeah. I'm personally more a fan of Brina as my pseudo Staxy commanders. Mm-hmm. I like Bird Warlock.
Oh, I understand. It's not letting me look up Brina, but
yeah, for some reason Scryfall is having a heart attack right now.
Ooh, okay. Well, I guess we're clogging the channels there, guys. And I think my next card is Master Lotho. Okay, so I do talk about this in a short, but we're going to talk about it here. For Orzhov, 2/1, legendary creature halfling rogue. Whenever a player casts their second spell each turn, you lose a life and create a treasure. So Lotho's ability is really good because it operates off of you as well. So not just your opponents. I would say that if you're using Lotho in the command zone, you very much want to try to make Lotho out turn 1, if not turn 2. But your turn 1 should have been really amazing, right? I'm not going to say stacks because I don't think Lotho wants stacks. I feel like this is a fast ad nauseum list, and you should be looking to get Lotho out there very early. One thing that was mentioned, and I believe it was Abby on one of the videos, was mentioning that this is not too dissimilar to, and I would look it up if it was working. Oh, hey. This is very similar to monologue text. As a matter of fact, it kind of is monologue text, but not as good because this is exactly like Crom's trigger. Whenever an opponent casts their second spell each turn, you create a treasure token for 2 generic and a white. I think the main difference, because this doesn't see much play, and I think when it came out, people were spec buying it and poo-poo on them because it's only $5 now. I think I spent more for my copy. The main difference here is that you could have it potentially in the command zone. So it is better in that it triggers off of you, so you know that you can generate treasures for yourself, right? And you can play for that. So I could tap out knowing that after I've tapped out, I'm able to produce at least one treasure, and 1 mana, as we know in a cEDH setting, is more than enough for your silence, for your removal. But having it in the command zone, I think, justifies this over that as a playable card, but also the width of this effect. I think that this is going to be a low to the ground ad nos list, potential Lurrus as well in this deck, and you could set up a handful of combos to win the game with it. I would say if you want to be super spicy, you would do a Graveyard Loop. Same Leon and Relic, like the same combo I mentioned earlier. And like Bitter Ordeal. If you want to be really spicy and just win the game by exiling everyone's library. Is that how I'm going to brew Lotho when I get to it? I don't know. But this list is interesting enough that like I would want to make something like this in paper. I feel like it would be good. Especially if you're on play in particular, or second or third. If you're fourth, it feels really shite. Yeah. Thoughts?
I mean, he's good. He's just really good, because you'll play some stacks in the deck. Like you'll play Dothy Voidwalker, Opposition Agent, and probably Drannith Magistrate. But like you said, for the most part, you're gonna be going for Turbo Nos and playing all the tutors. So I think Lotho's really good, because you are totally fine with losing the 1 life to make a treasure, and you are probably getting a lot of treasures very quickly.
Yeah, I mean, I think the what is it, Gemstone Caverns, like if you're doing the Lurrus thing, like I'd be really excited to do like a Gemstone Caverns and Enlighten Tutor my Mana Crypt, and then get Lotho out, and then have mana for Lurrus, and then just like have really cool setups happening. I don't know. I'm excited about it because it's very low to the ground. But then the other issue with having a low CMC commander or just a low defense value commander is that it gets blown out of the water by a lot of things. So make sure you run protection and make sure you have, and that's why Lurrus is so good here, is that you could drag it back out from your graveyard instead. It's really cool. I like it a lot. I think Lurrus might be the way to go with this, provided you don't have any essential permanents that you really want to run the list. I think it means you can't run Necropotence, right? Lurrus is...
Yeah, you can't run Necro.
It's 2 and under, right? I could live with that because Ad Nos and Peto are going to be our bread and butter. But yeah, it's super dope. I think it's a really cool potential commander. Matt Robertson has a question about it. Would Lotho's ability proc if your second spell is a sacrifice ritual? So as additional cost sacrifice, and you're suggesting you sacrifice Lotho, if that would be a pretty decent Turbo Nos list. So you'd say like you would do...
Wouldn't see it. He would not see it.
Right. He wouldn't be around. So it would need to resolve and be placed on the stack, and then you'd look for triggers. At which point, if you did say additional cost sacrifice Lotho, but yes, if Lotho was still in the battlefield and you sacrifice something else, then yeah, obviously, you'd get it. Or maybe not obviously, but you would get it. PubSum says, I feel like it's more of a 99 card. It's great value in a blue farm to get out mana. Potentially, I feel like blue farm, if they had the option between this and Dockside, I guess it would really depend. But I think that Dockside is probably 9 times out of 10, like the thing that they're going to shoot for when they want to get mana quickly.
I think they'll probably be playing both, though, because they're just happy to have Lotho, because he'll ramp out into Crom. So if you turn 1, turn 2 Lotho, you'll probably have Crom turn 3.
Mm-hmm.
I think Lotho is going to be great in the 99 of a lot of decks, but I think Lotho is also just good enough as a commander, because never underestimate the power of mana, because I have a cEDH deck that runs 83 lands, and the whole point of the deck is my commander flips and then gets me 16 mana turn 4, and it wins. So never underestimate having a lot of mana in the command zone.
Right. And also, I mean, we're kind of neglecting the fact that it's making tokens. Like, there is a relevance to having artifacts on the battlefield, So there is more to do with these treasure tokens than just using them for mana. So yeah, it depends on what strategies you're baking in, but it is relevant that you are making an artifact. Lotho is a combo commander, refunding mana early, and often means ad nauseum or Leonin Relic, Warder, Razaketh, etc. Right. Right.
Yeah.
Multicolor Goodness, Sauron's Ransom, Flames of Anur. Okay, these are suggestions. Yeah, I just have... No, I'm sorry. These are colorless, my last two suggestions. So we can get to those unless Will has some of his own.
I got some pretty good ones from myself because I actually found a lot of these cards that I liked a lot. So I guess to start off, we can go with Samwise. I think it's Samwise Gamgee. I don't know how properly to pronounce that, but this is the food Samwise. I love it because KCI.
Yeah, those little
So
babies.
it's kind of self-explanatory. Whenever a non-token creature enters the battlefield under your control, you make a food, and then you can sacrifice 3 food to put basic. You can put a historic spell from your grave to your hand. He's really good because you can recur your KCI pieces from your graveyard to your hand. You can also just go Mirror Retriever, Junk Diver, KCI to make infinite mana, infinite treasure, or infinite mana and infinite food and get infinite recursion, and then win with pretty much anything because you can just go, okay, sack Mirror Retriever, make a food, use and sack the food, play Junk Diver. I'm floating a colorless. Sack Junk Diver, get a food, play Mirror Retriever, still floating the colorless, and I have a or the food. Repeat, you have infinite mana, infinite food, and then you just go, chromatic bauble, or just any kind of bauble effect in the graveyard. Recur it, draw card, recur it, draw card, recur it, draw card. Loop, 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 loop with Samwise, win. So he has his own lines using KCI, which is really good. And Selesnya also has ways of tutoring creatures that can tutor out KCI, like Oswald and what's it called? The Cult the Forge Master?
Mm-hmm.
Like there's a lot of things with Samwise.
Right, and Pub Stomp says Samwise the Hulk, right? So we did discuss in a previous video, like the Cauldron Familiar lines of play.
Yep, it's so good. Like,
yeah, and I'm sorry, in case you guys don't know. I mean, because that's only 3 CMC, right? So if you do Hulk, the pile can be much larger than this, so you can get some form of protection or recursion in case the combo gets stopped. But Cauldron Familiar and this are just a 2-card combo. Sacrifice a food, return Cauldron Familiar from the graveyard to the battlefield. Sam says, get that kitty back.
And then you get either Carrion Feeder or Viscera, and then you sacrifice the cat, recur the cat, sack the cat, recur the cat, which is going to let you do infinite damage, and then you also just get Grand Abolisher for your last 2 mana off of Hulk, and your opponents can't even respond. So this is
right,
the new Hulk pile that's kind of gross.
Right, and yeah, I mean, also, if you didn't stop the Hulk, it's probably the end times for you anyways, but yeah, there's just a good excuse to slam the Grand Abolisher in there. For sure. New Samwise is the cleanest Hulk pile too, says Ken. Yep, exactly.
Yeah, it's so good. It's so good. I keep forgetting that there's the Hulk pile there.
Right, yeah. It's this cat is the dumbest little common in the world, dude. It's like,
yeah,
it's really good. I love this cat so much. All right. Anyway,
so next I have a Sauron, the Dark Lord, and this is the Tempt Storm Commander that also just makes you a massive orc army that also just lets the ring tempt you every now and then by himself. We got spoilers for a bunch of cards yesterday that are like 1 and 2 mana effects that just say do a thing, get tempted by the ring, and I think we got enough that this actually did become a bit playable. Like we got like 1 mana draw card, get tempted by the ring. We got like 2 mana bounce a permanent, non-land permanent, get tempted by the ring. 1 black, return something from your graveyard to hand, get tempted by the ring, or a creature. Like there's a million different things, and Sauron's cool with all of them because you just play out your whole hand, then you start playing tempt effects to draw 4.
Right, I agree. It's interesting. Does Grixis have ways to loop the ring temptation? I'm sure it does. I guess, I guess if you do like some sort of reiterate line and copy it, or you could do...
You can do the 1 golem that says when it leaves the field, get tempted.
Right, there's that. Is there an Isochron line of play with something that might tap or
I don't know, but I just think that Sauron grinds value to such an insane
right,
degree that you're never gonna run out. And the
right?
fact that you're dumping stuff into your graveyard for Underworld Breach is fantastic. The fact that he can't really be removed ever is fantastic. And the fact that you're getting a giant orc army that just one-shots everybody while refilling your hand every turn is
Yeah,
insane.
you can't understate how effective that. I mean, it's 3 hits from this commander and you're dead. Right, by the way.
Yeah.
But I wish there was some like menace or something. I feel like Sauron deserves some form of evasion, but I
Well,
understand though the ward is obviously clearly good, but I also feel like it's Sauron. Like
Patrick, he can't be blocked by creatures with power 8 or more.
right. I mean,
He's
okay,
tempted by the ring.
yeah. He's your ring bearer, right? He's the only one who doesn't get the ring in the films. Sucker,
Yeah.
sucker. Um, he's sick. I like him a whole lot. I think I don't really play in these colors often unless I'm borrowing a deck, but I'd love to see this made. The effect is really good. The ring temptation business. I do like
Yeah.
commanders that steer you to build a certain way, and this is one of those commanders. So I like it a lot.
And my next couple are kind of like quick, self-explanatory cards. I can just kind of hop over them because I have a couple multicolor cards. So
Mhm.
next is Saruman of many colors. Uh Esper good stuff, mill out your opponents while getting value. You really just don't complain about the card. Like
Mhm.
you get your opponent's good stuff back from graveyard. He protects himself very well.
Mhm.
He's good.
And the ward plays well with it. And Josh Holmes says he's 6 mana though. Concerning Sauron, I would say the same thing with Saruman. Like that's the only hiccup for these two, like the high cost. But
Yeah,
yeah,
I can understand that and I can agree with that. The thing with at least Sauron or yeah, Sauron is you're in Rakdos. 6 mana is
right.
in Rakdos.
No, 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 no,
Or
not
not,
not
sorry,
at
you're
all.
in a Grixis, so you have the Rakdos colors, but
Right, right. You're referring
not
to
that bad.
the ritual end of that bargain. Like you've got all the rituals. Yeah,
Yep, and then you ritual out, pass turn, then draw 4 on your next turn. You're cool with it.
that's not
I know
bad
that you're
though.
discarding your hand, but the whole point of the deck is play fast, so you don't really care because you probably only have like 2 cards left in your hand anyways.
Mm-hmm.
Next card is Ring Sight. We've done a short about this. It's just another tutor that's probably good enough. We don't really need to talk about it too much.
Mm-hmm.
Um, Shadowfax, same thing. You love this card a lot, I've been told, and you've
I
said in
do.
the shorts. So Shadowfax is pretty self-explanatory.
Well, coolest fictional horse. Yeah.
Yeah. Uh, Smeagol Helpful Guide, another one that we get covered in a short already. Cards just gross. Mill out people really hard while stealing lands from them. Build any kind of stacks and you just make people suffer.
Yeah. No, I
Um,
like, and I the best art for Smeagol.
yeah. Yeah, he doesn't have his eyes bulging out of his skull like
No,
that other
he's
one.
actually charming. But I think that's like maybe that's the Gollum end of the bargain. You know what I mean? Maybe
Yeah.
he just gets creepier.
And then I have after that I have just 2 more cards, and these are ones that we haven't done shorts about yet, and I can go into a little bit of detail on them.
Yeah.
First one is Gandalf's Sanction, and this one I'm not really saying specifically for EDH or cEDH. This card is probably going to be a house in like every 60 card format that cares about burn though, because it's a blue and a red for a sorcery. Deal X damage to target creature where X is the number of instant or sorcery cards in your graveyard. And it has trample. Excess damage is dealt to the controller. Um, is it Delver is a really big thing right now? They just fill their entire graveyard with instants and sorceries to be able to make a couple cards better, and then they get some kind of positive effect. This is just 3 mana, deal 8 damage in burn.
Vegan.
Lord.
Vegan economists retracted their message, but I thought it was pretty funny.
Hmm.
He said more like Saruman of a few colors. Am I right? Yeah.
Oh, that was good. He should have kept it.
Yeah, it's okay. Maybe something was misspelled. I don't know. Anyway, sorry I shared your comment that you so clearly didn't want shared. But yeah, I agree.
But
It is cool. I like trample and spells like this. Like it's all value. And yeah,
yeah.
is it Delph sounds dope.
Yeah, it's just a very good card. I think it's going to see play in a 60 card. It's
Mhm.
pretty good. And then the final card is Sauron's Ransom.
There you go.
And
So he just
this,
corrected the joke. More like Saruman of a few colors. Am I right? Okay, cool.
there we go.
Yeah, better.
Um,
Who are you looking at? I'm sorry.
Last one is Sauron's Ransom. So
Right.
this
Yes.
is
There
just
we go. Josh, Sauron's ransom.
yeah, there we go. So Sauron's Ransom, it's just 3 mana, Factor Fiction for 1 less card, and you also get Tempted by the Ring. So it just does a little bit of everything.
I just want to look at Gandalf's face. The expression he's making is so weird.
They made his head so round. Holy
Right.
crap!
His eyes are kind of bulgy too. He's got that whole Gollum thing going
Well,
on.
no, that's his eyelids.
Oh God, I thought he was like.
Yeah, no.
What did you say? you
Just Gandalf being like,
what is it? What did you want, you hobbit?
Gandalf is doing the Pog emote.
He was dear to you, I see, and now he shall endure the slow torment of years. Choose an opponent. They look at the top 4 cards of their library and separate them. Yeah, it's good.
Yeah, it fills your graveyard a little bit, gets you a couple cards, and it tempts you with the ring.
Yeah.
It's really good utility.
Ransom is legit. I agree with you, Josh. I agree. Is that what you wanted to hear? I was telling you to look that up, the last deck tech. It's so good.
Yeah, it was I think it wasn't officially spoiled yet at that time. I think it was leaked at that time.
We don't discuss leaks here. Only officially spoiled cards.
We're too scared. We're scared of the Pinkertons.
No, yes, exactly. We don't want to meet the Pinkertons in person. All right, so Pinkertons. Maybe I should get a job there. Anyway, so we move on to multicolored.
Yeah, so we just finished up multicolored.
Move away from multicolored. Sorry.
Yeah,
it's
so
really just
colorless or lands.
It's just okay. So, oh gosh, oh no, we gotta refresh this. I accepted all the cookies. I accepted your cookies. Why aren't you loading cards? There we go. There we go. Yes. Nom. Cookies. Okay. So I put 2 down just because I play Oswald. So if you play Oswald, these are for you. I'm sorry. I didn't ask you guys. Multicolor. We do want to go over the commander set. We don't have much to go over, so I think this is going to be the bigger part of the video. We try to make these shorter, but if you're enjoying yourselves, I'm enjoying myself. So long as you don't have anything to get to, we'll look at Flame of Anor. Flame of Anor! For a generic, and is it choose 1. If you control a wizard, as you cast this spell, you may choose 2 instead. Target player draws 2 cards. Destroy target artifacts. Flame of Anor deals 5 damage to target creature. There was a ringing clash and a stab of white fire, and the Balrog fell back. Yeah, the Balrog was going to topple over anyways.
Yeah.
Yeah. This is very, very specific, deck specific. If you have a wizard as your commander, sure, it's good tech. The destroy an artifact's legit. The 5 damage to target creature is super legit. And draw 2 cards is legit. It's good.
Yeah, it's good. I do like the card. It's going to be really nice for those Thrasios decks, because Thrasios Krark probably loves this. Thrasios Ragadraga, or Rograk, right? Yeah, Rograk. Thrasios Rograk probably plays this just as another good piece of removal and draw. Yeah, it's cool.
White Tower, Caracas. White Tower of Echelon. That's from the commander set. We'll get to that in a second, but yeah, it is banned. Caracas is very good. And Ken Standish says, look at Sharky. Damn it. I am only imagining you're saying that. But Sharky, Tyrant of the Shire. For 2 generic and Demir. What? Oh, so
this card could have been so many cool things, but it wasn't.
Yeah, 2/4 Avatar Rogue legendary creature, so it can be your commander. Activate abilities of lands your opponents control can't be activated unless they're mana abilities. So this shuts down fetch lands. Very, very cool. Only 4 CMC, so it shouldn't be too bad to get Sharky out. And that's kind of important. It shuts down more than fetch lands. I'm just getting the obvious thing out of the way. You could do, there are, you know, evasion abilities tucked away in lands. There's draw tucked away on lands. There's plenty of stuff tucked onto lands. So it stops all of that. Sharky Tyrant of the Shire has all activated abilities of all lands your opponents control except mana abilities. So you are not looking at a Gaia's Cradle in the command zone. I am sorry.
But he is a fetch land to the command zone. Sacrifice
is,
your 4-mana commander and get a land. Let's go, boys!
Could you imagine? Could you imagine if you do that? I will arid Mesa. He just imagine seeing this guy sitting in this little hobbit house, and he just like he cracks his neck and like he comes back as a freaking swamp. Yeah, so you could do that. Mana of any type may be spent to activate Sharky's abilities. What is your dream scenario? What land abilities are you copying here?
It's a stacks piece that hates fetches. That's kind of all that it seems like it does.
Yeah, I think borderline. It feels like a worse Blood Moon. Says Pop Stomp. But I can sacrifice Sharky like a fetch land to ramp. You can ramp with Sharky. Outside of his name, I like the name a lot. The card itself is okay. I feel like if it was maybe 3 CMC, I'd be more interested, because the abilities themselves are okay. Yeah. Not a commander, but it's a Dimir stacks piece, which is neat. Yeah, it's true.
I really wish that this was a, what is it called? Like Lantern of Insight, Lantern of Foresight. What is it called?
Lantern. I can quickly.
Yeah, Lantern of Insight. Yeah, I wish this was a Lantern of Insight in the command zone instead of this, because it kind of would have been a little bit on flavor if it's just like, oh yeah, information broker control guy. And I don't know if you know about this, but there has been a Lantern control cEDH deck that uses a Dimir Mill commander and this to constantly rig your opponent's decks to only have lands on the top, so your opponents are just getting constantly mana flooded. And I'm like, if you had that as your commander in the command zone, that would have been fantastic. I'm still waiting on that to happen. But
how does that work? I'm curious.
So it's just you use whatever in Dimir to tutor out Lantern of Insight. Play Lantern of Insight so that you can see the tops of your opponent's library. And what is the name of the commander that people usually play for this? I can find this really quick because it's just Dimir Exile.
Lantern control, baby.
Exile.
Sharky totally not Saruman. No, he's not. No, Saruman's still the big baddie outside of Sauron, obviously.
People usually play Cirque Dimir Lobotomist as the commander for Lantern control. Because whenever you cast a blue spell, exile the top card of an opponent's library. Whenever you cast a black spell, exile the top card of an opponent's library. When your opponents can't cast spells that were exiled by this, or if they share a name with any of the things exiled by this. So the idea is that you get Lantern into play, and then you just start casting things to make it so that your opponents will only draw lands for the rest of the game, and you win with whatever you want to win with. I was hoping that Sharky was going to be Dimir Lantern, or the Lantern
Dimir Lobotomist.
Well, no, I was hoping that he'd be a Lantern of Insight in the command zone, and then you could just play any mill effects, and then it's like, oh yeah, I'll play the 1-mana thing that says tap target player mills 1, and the other thing that does the exact same thing, and the other thing that does the exact same thing, and then you just kind of control out the game that way. Mm-hmm. That would have been really cool. Sadly, no.
Yeah, sorry, Sharky. Cool shoes, though. Cool shoes, cool name. Yeah. Have you read the 3 books of The Lord of the Rings, Pat? I had in my childhood, which is weird to say. There's some themes in there that are hard to track as a kid, but I could probably, I've watched the films a billion times, but I could probably I'm due to read the books again, particularly The Hobbit. There's a lot that's absent in the films. But anything else from Multicolor, from the audience or otherwise? I think that's it.
That seems like it's it.
Oh, do you guys not know that Sharky is Saruman? Oh. No, I don't remember this at all. What the fuck is he? I'm just no.
I mean, he is the same look, so fair.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I was just looking at the right and thinking that guy looks a lot like Grima. Is it Grima? Um, is that Grima? Do you remember the reclaiming of the Shire in the third book, Pat? It was left out of the films, unfortunately. No. What the hell? Okay. Well, we have reason. We have reason to revisit the books, fan. I've been a part of a few book clubs, and I would totally love to have like a nerd book club here, where we just like read MTG lore or go over like the stuff that Universes Beyond covers. Obviously, it's something like Doctor Who is a TV series, but um, it just gives us better insight onto the cards we play and stuff. Sorry, this is a complete aside, but I've been wanting to read more books, and that gives me the excuse to do it. Notice Sharky is an Avatar rogue. Ooh. All right, this is awesome. Sharky took over the Shire after the War of the Ring. Look up Battle of Hobbiton or for Hobbiton. Yeah, I was read the books in my childhood, and I later read The Hobbit, but I don't remember the books like well. So that's something I would need to revisit. I'm only going to talk about 2 artifacts because, again, they work well with Oswald. So I'm going to piggyback on what I was saying earlier. Mithril Coat.
I have like 6. I have like 6, I think, but a lot of them I can skim over.
That's okay. It's okay. You take your time. So Mithril Coat for 3 generic legendary artifact equipment. Flash indestructible. When Mithril Coat enters the battlefield, attach it to target legendary creature you control. Equipped creature as indestructible. So just good protection. Just good protection for Oswald. Obviously, this doesn't get around bounce spells, but that's fine. I like this quite a bit for all the removal you're seeing. Exile will still hit Oswald, but I think this is kind of cool tech for some of the mass damage or mass destroy spells that you'll encounter in cEDH. So I like it quite a bit, or at least the ones that will hit Oswald consequently. And then the other one I want to talk about is another piece of Oswald tech I'm kind of considering for the deck. I like this quite a bit. Plus, just to be able to play with Sting would be sick as hell. So 2 generic, 2 to equip. Equipped creature gets +1/+1 and has haste. Haste being more relevant, but having a 3/3 Oswald is also very good. At the beginning of each combat, untap equipped creature. Most of the time, everything I'm operating with is going to happen main phase 1. So getting a free untap turn after turn, just having this equipped to Oswald would be great. Equipped creature gets first strike, and as long as it's blocking or blocks by goblin or orc. So not relevant whatsoever. But you can keep Oswald up as a blocker.
I do actually like this because it gives haste to Oswald. So if Oswald gets removed, it comes back with haste. It makes it a 3/3, so it makes Oswald a Tymna blocker, and it does untap Oswald once a turn.
Right.
Once a turn on your turn, and then give him vigilance.
Right. This would have been busted if it did the trick with the legendary enters the battlefield, like you can equip to that, or when this enters the battlefield, you can equip it to target legendary. This would be very, very good with that. But the 2 equip cost is not high at all. So I like the Glinting Dagger quite a bit. I think that this is good tech for Oswald. And any, honestly, commander that needs to be untapped for value, this is quite good. Anyway, those are my artifacts I want to talk about. I'm sure the One Ring is probably one of yours.
Yes, we can start off with the One Ring. This card is just kind of very, very powerful and self-explanatory because the One Ring is just 4 mana ETB. You're protected for a turn, so you don't have to worry about people killing you in response. So you can be greedy and play this. In addition, the losing to life for each burden counter on it is pretty much completely and utterly irrelevant because it's like, okay, you're going to take 4 and then on your next turn, and then on this turn, you're going to draw 5 cards and 6 cards and 7 cards. So you took 4 damage, but in total, you're drawing 18 cards. And then you're going to take 7 damage on your next turn. Who cares? This card also has like a bunch of little combos, not to some insta wins, some just like super hard value. because you can mix this with lethal vapors and win the game because you have this enter and you have protection, and you use lethal vapors and skip your next 2 million turns, and your opponents naturally deck out because they can't do anything against you. Because you have protection until your next turn, but that turn never comes, so you have protection forever.
Lethal Vapors?
Yep, lethal vapors. That is the correct card.
Any player
So
may play this ability, destroy lethal vapors. You skip your next turn. Whenever a creature comes into play, destroy it.
So you can skip your next turn, but before it's destroyed, skip your next turn, and before it's destroyed, skip your next turn. So you use lethal vapors effect 2 million times before it gets destroyed, and with the One Ring's protection, you have protection permanently because you have it until your next turn, which never comes. So that's a weird win if you want to run that.
Right. Does that technically win? Because they can't knock you out, but if they play Thassa's Oracle, they still win.
Oracle will beat you. Oracle and Labman are like the only thing that people play that will beat you.
Right. So if you're not in a blue meta, play for Lethal Vapors. Okay.
Clock of Omen is also a sick combo here because if you draw your 0 mana or low cost artifacts, you play 2 of them to draw more cards, and then play 2 to draw 2, play 2 to draw more, play 2 to draw more. So Clock of Omen is another kind of combo.
Mm-hmm.
People already know about Mind Over Matter plus this. I don't really need to cover that. That's pretty simple and self-explanatory. But one that people haven't talked about a lot is Derevi with this, because if you attack with like 10 creatures and they connect, you untap the ring 10 times, and in response you tap the ring each time, making it bigger and bigger and bigger, and draw through pretty much your entire deck in one turn with Derevi.
How do you spell Derevi?
Derevi, I believe.
Got it. Derevi, yeah. Yep.
Yep, so it's another card that's just kind of like a 1-card combo with Derevi, and you're in blue, and so you can tutor it, and you have Enlightened Tutor. So it's just kind of a very gross. The One Ring is just kind of insane, and that's the only card that I'm going to go into with like insane detail for my stuff, because the rest are kind of simple.
Yeah. Sorry, just reading some of the
next,
comments. Sting is awesome and Oswald. Vegan says, I love the Oswald talk. I'm an Oswald stan. That's good. I love Oswald. So yeah, I'm with you there.
Oswald is chill. Oswald is indeed quite chill.
Ironically, Sting gives protection from goblins, but the best commander for Sting is Krenko.
That's true. That's kind of funny.
Yeah, Stone of Erect is Deece stacks, in my opinion. You might actually get to it, Will. So.
What is it? Yeah, I'm gonna get to it. But Glamdring was another one that I had that was pretty nice, and this is just a 2 mana for an equipment that is a, what is it called? Like Runechanter's Pike, which is equipped creature gains +1/+0 for every instant or sorcery in your graveyard and first strike. But in addition to that, it has another effect, which is whenever the equipped creature deals combat damage to a player, you may cast an instant or sorcery card from your hand with mana value less than or equal to the damage that you were dealt without paying its mana cost. So you cast something for free by hitting somebody. This is really good with any kind of extra combat commander, like things like Neheb, but it's also good if you just have a commander that can get big, because you can cast something for free. Your Adnaz, your PETA, your whatever, or even your Necropotence or your Hoarding Broodlord, because it doesn't limit itself to instants and sorceries. So this is just a very, very good buff that will also let you cast big things for free. Next, we can talk about the Planeteer of Orthanc or Orthonc.
Right. This one was suggested as well.
Yep. I've gone through a lot of these to kind of cover them.
They're good. It's good.
So the Planeteer is...
We are Planeteers.
I'm a member of the Planeteers.
I think it's Pollen.
No, it's the Planeteer. It is Planeteer. I know that it's not, but it is.
Yeah, go for it, whatever you want, really.
So at the beginning of your end step, put a counter on this, scry 2, and target opponent may have you draw a card. If they don't, you mill for every counter on this, and your opponents get burned for the total CMC of the milled cards. It's draw value that just slaps someone if they don't want you to draw. It's good.
Someone suggested Vadric for Glamdring.
Which one? Why am I...
Vadric is the Astral Archmage.
Oh, yeah. It's because it's just a good buff for Vadric in general.
Yeah, but Vadric turns with Glamdring.
I mean, just Vadric with Glamdring is good enough.
Yeah.
But yeah, you can do Glamdring as a turns card. That does work. Like it's quite good. But Vadric is just gross by himself. You don't
Pal.
need to add anything to Vadric.
Although that's good tech for it for sure, though.
Yeah.
Palantir of Orthanc. Palantir.
Yeah. No,
Thanks. Thanks,
I
guys.
know I know that is the correct pronunciation, but it's Planeteer.
We'll go with Planeteer for
Remembers the
now.
Planeteers.
We are Planeteers.
Yeah. Um Next I have where is it? Sorry, I have a list that is not well organized. Um
Stone.
uh we have the file of Gladriel. So that's just it does a little bit of everything.
Yeah.
3 mana, tap for mana. If you're hellbent, draw 2, and you would draw 2 instead. And if you have 5 or less life, your healing is doubled. It's a cool tech card for a lot of different things. I don't think it's going to be too relevant, but by the sheer attribute that it literally does everything, I figured I'd bring it up.
Yeah, maybe tiny bones. Like if you run out of hands, like if you're mass discarding everyone, but he draws himself, so it's not like a big issue. I don't know. It's fine.
Yeah, it has some potential here and there, which is why I figured I'd bring it up. Next we have a Stone of Eric Cartman. Let's go. But yeah, it's this card is just really good stacks. When something an opponent controls would die, exile it, and you can also pay some mana, exile or yeah, exile this, and then exile an opponent's graveyard, draw a card. It's good. It's another Grafdigger's Cage style effect. You hate on people's graves. Cool.
Mhm.
No real complaints.
Yeah.
And the final card that I have to cover is just Wizard's Rocket. Wizard's Rocket is another chromatic effect, just like Chromatic Star and all that. When it's put into a graveyard, you draw a card. You can use it to mana filter. The one downside is it enters the battlefield tapped, which is pretty bad, but it's still another one of those effects where when you sacrifice this to something like KCI, you draw a card. And I figured it's kind of relevant to bring this up for Modern, because I'm pretty sure that Modern Tron is going to love playing this, because you can pay X to filter into whatever colors you want, so your Urza lands tap for Wooburg.
That's pretty damn
So
good. Yeah, yeah.
figured I'd bring that up. So those were the artifacts that I had to cover. Anything on any of those, Patrick? Anything that you want to cover for any of those
It
parts?
suggested a file of Gladriel in Crick to double your Gary loops.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Because that will help your healing a little bit.
Yeah, and Mordai, yes, the whole set is released. If you want to revisit, I'm staving off a sneeze, don't mind me. If you want to revisit the beginning of this video, we've gone over the whole set, and then we're going to be covering some commander cards as well. There are not that many commander cards, so if you're still with us, bear with us. But if you've enjoyed the content up until this point, I'm going to encourage you to leave a like and share this with someone you love. If you feel like they're going to be picking up singles and you want to inform them of the right singles, if they play Commander, I would say that this is the right video for them. And they can skip ahead. I'll try to put some timestamps for you guys so you can see which color. We're going to do these, of course, in Wooburg order: multi, artifact, and lands. I have nothing to say about the cards you mentioned. I agree on all fronts. And the only thing to really touch on, I would say, there's a legendary land cycle here. They're all quite good. I think that we would maybe both agree that just Minas Tirith is the best, the white one. It's draw a card.
The white and the red one are the only two that are like heavily notable, and the black one's kind of nice and the blue one's kind of nice.
Right. So Barad-dûr, Minas Tirith, Mines of Moria, Rivendell is the blue one.
Yep.
And then you have the Shire, of course.
Which the Shire is definitely the worst. Green keeps getting done dirty on all of these cycles.
Yeah.
Which pottage we make a food.
Right, which I guess, is that even good outside? Well, the Shire Terrace got done well. Like, that's just another Terramorphic Expanse effect. I actually quite like Shire Terrace, and it's just a good on a budget. And also, there's another one I covered in a short, Great Hall of the Citadel. I think this is also good on a budget, because it's 2 mana in any color combination of colors, so this is very good for your multicolored legendary decks. If you are, again, on a budget, this is going to very much help you with their casting cost. And then it also just helps for a generic, so that's fine. It's a filter, though. It's not necessarily ramp. But Ministerial, I will just speak on really quickly. It's enters the battlefield tapped unless you control a legendary, so you would want to get your legendary down first. It adds a white very obviously, but you can also pay a generic and a white to draw a card if you have attacked with 2 or more creatures this turn. Quite good. And then the other one that Will said was most notable was Mines of Moria. You create treasures. Exile 3 cards from your graveyard, create treasures. What's
Good
nice about
good Magda.
right, what's cool about these, normally when you see these types of effects on lands, they go bye-bye. But these ones stick and they do the thing, provided you're doing your thing. So they're all very good. Were there any lands you wanted to speak on specifically, Will?
There is one land that is notable that I don't think has gotten brought up yet. Mountain Doom. Card's amazing. So it just taps for black or red by having you pay 1 life. You can pay some mana and tap it to deal 1 damage to each opponent. And then also, as a final effect, that is a very nice board wipe. So this card is just really, really good because sacrificing a legendary artifact is not something that you're going to be able to do all the time, but a lot of decks run Mox Opal, a lot of decks run Mox Amber. If your commander is an artifact, fantastic. But the second effect is really notable just because it is an outlet for World Gorger Dragon Loops. You can keep getting this back into play and pay some mana to ping people, so you can win off of World Gorger in this. So I like it. Good card.
Yeah, I didn't mean to. You guys can. My table. The wheels are locked. I thought, but here. How about this? Is that better? Here. There you go. Cool. Actually, I can see the screen better this way. I should angle it more. Pup Stomp hit it right on the head, or not Pup Stomp. I'm sorry. Pup Stomp hit nothing on the head. Matt Robertson did. Sorry.
Yeah, Matt got there first. Let's go.
No, it's just a better pain lane. Yeah, it's 100%. This is the pain land for it's what Sulphurous Spring is the one.
Yeah.
This is better. Yes, it's better. It combines your because there's a couple of effects like this that deal 1 damage to each opponent or to target thing. This is just better. And exactly right, Pup Stomp. You did hit that on the head. World Gorger Dragon outlet with Mount Doom. 100%.
Also,
100%.
Ken brought this up, and he's also correct. Mountain Doom and Obnixilus.
Yes. Yeah. Yes, of course. So like this will go alongside your Leech Ridden Swamp tech, right? That's they lose a life, but it's the same thing. That's it for lands. That's it for I think the main set though. I do want to get us to the next set unless there's anything else you want to talk about or you guys want to talk about.
I think I've covered I've covered all the things I found interesting. Is there any other interesting things that the chat thinks that we should bring up?
Mordai says Obland for Mount Doom.
Is anyone going to talk about their Bill the Pony KCI Eldrazi Displacer deck?
I don't think so. No one's daring enough. No, it's probably not worth it. Is Lambus decent? The bread?
Oh, so Lambus makes me sad because I misread it initially, and I'll cover this because it is my pain. So Lambus is an artifact food that enters the battlefield and has you scry 1, then draw. You can food Lambus, so it has the whole pay, sack, gain life, and whenever Lambus is put into a graveyard from the battlefield, its owner shuffles it into their library. When I initially read this, I read it as their owner shuffles their graveyard into their library. But it's Lambus gets shuffled back in. If Lambus was another Elixir of Immortality, I would run it in a heartbeat because this is just better Elixir of Immortality. It draws you a card, and if someone blows it up, it still shuffles everything back in, so you don't care. I wish this is like Elixir of Immortality. It would have been so good, so fantastic, but now it's not.
Are there any cards that you would say are good for Modern, Will?
The only 2 that I had of note was Wizard's Rockets and the Gandalf thing, the Trample Burn spell.
Oh, the Is It one?
Yeah. Those are the only 2 that I think are terribly notable for Modern.
Gandalf Sanction.
Yeah, Gandalf Sanction.
There you are, Mordai. But yeah, there's some cool reprints coming as well. And Horn of the Mark, I think, is the last one we can touch on.
Horn of the Mark. Krenko, but it's an artifact and for humans. Cool card.
Correct. Yeah, 2 generic. Whenever 2 or more creatures you control attack a player, look at the top 5 cards of your library and reveal a creature card from among them and put it into your hand. Put the rest in the bottom of your library in a random order.
Different card than I was thinking. Never mind.
Yeah.
Yeah, this card was cool. I actually think that it's kind of interesting just because it's 2 mana, draw an additional card every turn.
Right. I think that's the
My
critical
problem
one.
is you're not always going to hit a card, so I don't think it's fantastic,
It doesn't
but I think it's
hit the
playable.
mark, you're saying?
Ah, yes, yes, it will not hit the mark. Yes. Ah, 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 ah. Okay,
Okay.
there we go.
Got that out of the way. All right, we're officially moving on to the Commander Precons, baby. Which one is worth your hard-earned cash? Or if you're just going to be picking them up via singles, use the link in the description. Help us out with that affiliate. What? Show doesn't pay for itself. Okay. Kind of does. Kind of does. We just do this for funsies,
Yeah.
really. But there's a couple stuff to talk about here. Couple things. I gonna skip right to black unless you have anything for me to talk about in white and or blue.
I have 1 white card and no blue cards. I
Okay.
have the Gaffer, who's just a cool white draw commander.
Yeah. 2 generic, 1 white, 2/3 Bade, legendary creature, halfling peasant. At the beginning of each end step, if you gain 3 or more life this turn, draw a card. So there's a lot of life gain. And then obviously there's a lot of food generation in this set in particular. So any of that stuff coupled with the Gaffer is going to be pretty decent value. I kind of wish the Gaffer was like a 1/3 for generic and a white instead, so you could get there a little bit sooner.
The
But
only thing that I find notable, though, is that it's each end step, not your end step, meaning that you can draw 4 cards in a rotation.
True. So think of all of the persistent life gain cards that, like, you know, an enchantment or an artifact or something where you could. It's a build around B. We're gonna do a tier list, I think. We should maybe next Saturday we'll do the tier list for legendaries, and then we can sort of work with each other. I mean, you, the audience, on building out that tier list. If you missed our previous tier list, you didn't have a chance to jump in when we discussed the aftermath and mom. Then jump into this next one. It was very, very fun. Very long discussion, but very fun. I have nothing from white. If you guys want to talk about anything else from white, though, please let us know. I'm just reading the comments here. Gotta bounce. Love the stream. We'll watch the vid back. Josh, yes, just to catch the commander stuff. There's not too much, but see ya, Josh. Jeff Wren, do you think the One Ring will be Sans Blue staple? The card draw seems ridiculous. You know what's funny? I run Oswald Fiddlebender, and I'm not even considering it there. But you guys are right. I should, because there's nothing in that 4 range that's worth playing unless you're running some sort of Clock of Omen strategy. And I feel like the draw is legit. Like, I feel like I'm neglecting it. I don't have draw. I have draw on the 1 CMC slot, and I have draw on the 2 CMC slot, which is arguably best because I can get there very quickly and they're very easy to cast if they're stuck in hand. But I don't have draw on the 3 CMC slot, and I could certainly use draw when I've hit that wall of 3 drops. Again, all my artifacts stop at 3 in that deck. So yeah, it could be a staple in a Sans Blue list or any list that really requires draw. It's just good. 4 is high, but it's 4 generic. So yeah.
It's also 4 generic that is an indestructible card, so you can play it whenever and not feel too bad, and it gives you protection until your next turn, so you're not going to get too heavily punished. So it's really nice.
You protection of everything, right? It's not like everything, right? So just you, the player. You. Okay, so your board can still get blown up, but
I will also say I think that the One Ring is going to bring Arkham Daxon back as a cEDH commander. I think that it is such a great effect, and since it combos with Clock of Omen so well, I think Arkham Daxon is coming back.
Should I just do like the Rings of Bright Hearth into the One Ring Clock of Omens? That seems good, right?
I don't even think you need Rings of Bright Hearth for that. Oh no, you're saying for Rings of Bright Hearth,
like
Oswald effect. Got it.
So Oswald will use Illusionist Bracers or Rings of Bright Hearth to double out stuff. Obviously, Bracers, the Rings is arguably better because the setup is not as high a burden. And paying 2 isn't so bad because you can actually plan for that. You know, have your next thing be Manifold, have your next thing be Grim Monolith, have your next thing be Sculpting Steel to copy the Grim Monolith. Like you'll always have the generic to play out the trigger on Rings of Brighthearth. So the One Ring into the what was that?
I think it's worth doing the double up into the Ring and Clock of Omen is probably worth it in Oswald.
Right.
Because you can tick them up so quickly and so hard. Even if you don't win off of it, you're definitely getting up to like at least 12 cards in hand from like 3. Like you'll get a lot of card draw, and then they're probably not able to remove the One Ring, so you're going to have consistent draw for the rest of the game.
I agree. Like you're not, yeah, no, I agree. It's going to be hard to surmount that. Like if you get that active.
Yeah.
That makes sense. So to answer your question, Jeff, I think it will be good outside of blue, and maybe even in blue, because it does have that combo, that 2-card combo. Like if that's something you want to play for. Amazing reprints though. LOTR art Swan Song is amazing. Yeah, we could look at the art too before we skip ahead because we don't have anything for blue. But yes, I agree. The art for Swan Song is really good. One of my favorite card arts is in green, and I do want to talk about it with you guys. Heroic Intervention looks good. Reanimate, Toxic Deluge. You missed one though, Pup Stomp. This green one looks so good. Ken Sanders says, I wish it were 4 toughness. It's not dead to a bolt to save your deck's draw engine. It is dead to a bolt. I see what you mean. Like a 1/4, the Gaffer. Or a 2/4, either way. Yeah. Turns food into clues. That's true. I mean, and yeah, Douglas, you're right. It's like it's still food though. Like the life gain can be relevant. Like if you play a Felidar Sovereign strategy, I guess you will consistently have the life. All right. Anything else in white for you guys or for you, Will? I think we're done with white.
No, that was it for me.
I will look at the art of Swan Song though. Again, the reprints are after these alt arts. Let's go find it. If you guys just want to highlight good reprints, please do. Because that is relevant. We're just trying to talk about new cards here, though. So, Swan Song, yeah, looks freaking amazing. Yeah, I agree. And Swan Song's an amazing card. So, you have that. I don't think I followed how Clock of Omens and the One Ring interact. How does it draw 10 cards? Will is suggesting that if you build out a board with Oswald, much of the artifacts that hit the field, some are tapping like the mana sources and the things that untap target creature, like the Magerite Stone, the 1,000-year elixir. But there will be much on the board that, to include the Clock of Omens, that will just remain untapped, like all the stacks pieces, your Esper Sentinel, value pieces, Eye of Vecna, stuff like that. So everything but the Trini Sphere will be used to untap the ring, and then you just create burden. You layer on burden counters, draw cards, and it very quickly snowballs into 1 draw, 3 draw for turn, and then you have 6 draw for turn, right? In total. But yeah, it very quickly snowballs. Is that what you were suggesting, Will?
Yeah, because it's the ring enters and it taps for 1, tap 2 artifacts, it taps for 2 for 3 in total. Tap 2 more, taps for 3 for 6 in total, tap 2 more, taps for 4 for 10 in total. So it does like 10 plus very quickly and very easily. And in those 10 cards, you probably found 2 more artifacts that are pretty cheap, and if you play them, you tap them both and you draw 5 more cards. And
right.
2 more artifacts, you keep going and keep going and keep going.
Right, and it could literally be like you drew a Mana Crypt, and then you play Mana Crypt into your the one that ETBs and creates a treasure, right? What's that called? The treasure. It's one of my favorite new cards in the deck. I say new, it's a couple sets back. But when it ETBs and when it LTBs, you make a treasure. So like I do Mana Crypt, I play that, I have a treasure in this thing, tap them both, untap the thing, draw more cards, right? So the deck is just a lot of low curve fast mana, artifact-based fast mana. So you'll very quickly get to the state where you can draw a lot. It does. Right, thank you for explaining the view. Yeah, there are a few hurdles you need to jump, but it could very much be dead too. Like it could just be dead on arrival too, but you wouldn't play it out if you didn't have at least a few draws in you.
And if you pass turn with the ring being built up a little bit, you now have a bunch of artifacts in play and you untap all of them, and at that point the game just kind of ends. So it's like if you did one turn of just getting a lot of value off of the ring and it's still around on the next turn with Clock of Omen, you win. That's not
Right.
even a question because now you have like 15 artifacts in play and the ring is tapping for like 6 cards every single time. So it's like taps for 6, then
Right.
taps for 7, then taps for 8, and you have all of your artifacts, meaning that you're getting like 7 untaps.
I would recommend though, if it's a big enough concern for your table, like go for a scrap trawler first, or make sure that you have recovery for the stuff, because in all likelihood someone might reach for a board wipe if it looks like you're going to go out of hand. So if scrap trawler can be a part of that line of play through CMC, that's a good idea. Also, scrap trawler will just be another artifact you can tap to untap the thing and get by. So I would say that would be a good
If
line
you
of
have
play.
sack outlay with scrap trawler, you sack 2 0-cost things, and sack 2 bigger things, return the 0-cost, play them, draw more cards. So it's like scrap trawler just kind of lets you do dumb things.
Right, right, right. And don't forget to mention like all of the artifacts you've been sacrificing in your grave already. So you might have like given up a mana vault or something else earlier, and it will get crazy. And it makes me want to buy the One Ring, or hopefully pull the one of one
The
ring.
one of one ring.
I would play it in Oswald. If I pulled that, I will play it in Oswald. Or I was thinking it would be so cool if we actually, if someone pulled the ring and then we could, because I know a lot of people want to buy it, but my thought was I would invite them out. I would invite them to play a game of Commander with me. And if they beat me, they win the right to purchase the ring from me. If they lose, though, then the cost of the ring goes up by 10 grand. And then we play again. And then that money goes to charity or something. I was thinking that would be really cool. Like if I got the ring, that's what I would want to do with it, because I know there's just people like trying to hunt out the One Ring. If you guys don't know which one we're talking about, it's the one in the thumbnail. That would be a cool way to like do something good with it, because otherwise it just goes to one of these whales, which is cool. It's a collector's item, and it's what's going to help sell packs likely. What were you saying though? Thumb ring?
The thumb ring?
The thumb ring? Yeah, exactly.
Thumb ring to rule them all?
There's only one way to deal with the ring. Take it to the fires of a volcano. Yeah. So I've got one black card I want to talk about, and it's Lobelia, Defender of Bag End. So this is a little bit better than the Sackville Baggins, I gotta say. Same cost though. 2 generic and a black. 2/2 legendary creature halfling citizen. When Lobelia enters the battlefield, look at the top card of each opponent's library and exile those cards face down. I'm going to stop right here. Yes, this is an outlet if you have infinite mana and a way to cast it, or have it just flicker in and out. This is an outlet, not phase, exile and return. So that by itself already has me interested. I wouldn't say that this is a good commander by itself, because black is probably the toughest monocolored list to play, but it could be good. There might be a combo there, and I'm just not aware of it. It has this ability. You can tap it, sacrifice an artifact, choose one. Until end of turn, you may play a card exiled with Lobelia without paying its mana cost. That's pretty good. It's high cost and requirement, I have to say. Sacrificing an artifact and tapping it. You'll never get to do it on your first turn she's played unless you have sort of haste enabling, 1,000-year elixir, anything to get her to tap. Or another outlet, each opponent loses 2 life and you gain 2 life. So the outlet aspect, maybe there is a KCI line of play that untaps and untaps and you could do something crazy here, but I see that being a multitude of cards. I think the best part of her is the fact that you can exile decks just by herself. But as a value piece, if you saw your opponent Imperial Seal off turn and they have mana, or they look like they're representing mana for an ad nauseum, you could fully suspect that you're going to get to cast an ad nauseum off the top of someone's deck. And all you have to do is wait. And then all they're going to have to do is waste removal or look for removal, because you're the only one with that information. It's not like you're revealing it. You're just looking at them and you don't have to say a damn thing, right? So that person could be like, oh shoot, this person has an ad nauseum. And then everyone else is like, yes, obviously. Right? What else does your deck do, Tim, other than ad nauseum? And then they could sort of stop you from casting it for free, because a free ad nauseum off of this would be amazing, right? You just tap the mana crypt to float the 2 generic, and like, I'll sack the mana crypt and cast your ad nauseum, thanks. And any sort of effect that lets you duplicate activated abilities. this is even better because you get to do multiple spells. Sorry, well, I didn't mean to take all of the breadcrumbs here. It's good. It's really good. Harry feed and all. I'll take it.
I wish she had Flash because I know the other one has Flash. If she had
Right.
Flash, that'd be fantastic for a top
Right.
deck 8.
Right. Yeah, it's I agree wholeheartedly. Like, this isn't going to stop instant speed like vampiric tutors and stuff, but your Sylvan, any sorcery speed, top deck tutor, personal tutor, Sylvan tutor, Imperial Salem. This will stop.
Yep.
I like it a lot. I could totally see playing this. I think 3 CMC is high, but I think the effect is strong. So I don't dislike it. And I know more people are moving away from Imperial Seal, actually. I've seen some blue farm list without it. So, you know, maybe it won't see as much play as I'm imagining, but I do think it is good. Yeah. And that's all I have for black. Do you have anything for black, Will?
I have Golem Obsessed Stalker as one of the black cards, and the only reason why I wanted to mention this was because I know that people had the Veto burn deck where they use Veto and gain life effects to just start punching people out.
Right.
And I feel like Golem may be the better commander for it because he is 1 black for 1/1 Skulk. When he deals combat damage with an opponent, or at the end of each turn, or end of your turn, each opponent who's been dealt combat damage by a card with this card's name loses life equal to the life you gain this turn. You can just start knocking players out very easily with this because this becomes like a pseudo Gary effect where you just kind of drain everyone in inverse. So you just go, oh, I gained a. Funnily enough, if you have Gary Devotion equals 10, each opponent takes 10. You gain 30, then Golem does 30 to each opponent on your end step. So you can just kill people. You can also do Aetherflex Reservoir or something to just gain 40 life, and then everyone takes 40 on your end step. If someone tries to kill Golem in response, you Aetherflex them to get rid of their removal, and then you move to end step and kill the other two. Like, there's a lot of things that you can do with Golem. He's still pretty slow, so it's probably going to be like a mono black stacks deck with some life gain built in, but I like it. It's interesting.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's cool. I think it's a cool mono black potential list. He hated the ring and loved it as he hated and loved himself. Damn. Intense. Also, the reflection art is awesome.
Yeah.
All right, so that's it for black, unless you guys have any cards from black you want to discuss. Summons of Saruman. Summons of Saruman. Is that a card I can look at?
I'm taking a look. Oh, that's an Is It card. It's an Is It card from the commander deck. So I don't have it covered, but we can cover that at some point or right now. I'm fine with whatever.
Oh no, we're moving to red because from the very beginning of this, so Golem and Crick, Gollum and Crick, Gollum and Crick.
Oh, yeah.
Life
I mean, like,
gained
probably
though.
not, but
Right.
I mean, Crick does life gain. He has lifelink.
Right.
But it's you'd need
Up to you.
Golem to be your commander because it is slow to get the setup to hit everybody.
Mm-hmm.
So you need to play Golem early, get the 3 hits that you need to get to mark everybody, and then you start just slapping people.
All right. So this is what we all were waiting for. Someone asked about Cavern Horde Dragon at the beginning of this video. I'll read it off and I'll give you my thoughts. 7 generic and 2 red. Oh, so unplayable. Why do they make cards like this? 6/6 creature dragon. Not good in an ad nos list. Probably true. This spell costs X less to cast, where X is the greatest number of artifacts an opponent controls. That's right, Brea. I'm counting. I've been counting this whole time. Flying, trample, haste. Whenever Cavern Horde Dragon deals combat damage to a player, you create a treasure token for each artifact that player controls. Wowie wow wow. Wow. So I there's nothing I hate more than good effects on a slow creature. And fortunately, this one has that magical keyword haste. So it's flample, haste, 6/6 flyer. That's going to be not 9 mana. If it was broken like a certain Dockside Extortionist and looked at enchantments, it would be even better, but it's on theme, just artifacts, presumably gold. I wish that they've moved away from this type of token, but dragons should be more concerned with gold than treasure, in my opinion, although both make sense. But there's a you can make gold tokens as well as in this game, and I just don't think that that's a thing anymore.
I think they made 2 cards that make gold tokens. So
There's
I believe there's only 2 in the entire game.
sacrifice this
Right.
artifact, add 1 mana of any color to your mana pool. So what's relevant about this is it can enter tap, so you can have you can have your root maze, or you can have your effect that makes it enter tapped. But there is King Makar, the first Iorian games, which was not that long ago, which from Theros
Yep, and Curse of Opulence.
and Curse of Opulence. But yeah. It's okay. It's fine. Treasures are fine. Treasures are good. Treasures are good, and they both make sense. I just wish that gold was more of a manipulated thing.
We also acknowledge that this is basically a 0 mana creature, because if someone has 5 artifacts, you pay 5 mana for this and then get 5 treasures. So this is basically a 0 mana creature that starts generating treasures throughout the game.
Mm-hmm. Pretty darn
Also,
good.
with Magda, you're happy with this because it's a dragon, so it's tutorable off Magda, and then it immediately hits, getting you 5 treasures, which you can hold up to get the ancient brass wing or copper wing, or whichever one the red one is,
Yeah,
which will get you more treasures.
gold span dragon.
Goldspan Dragon is the dragon that when it attacks you make a treasure, and you can
That's
your
not.
treasures tap for 2 instead of 1.
Yeah, that's not what you want though. What did you want?
It's ancient. I think it's ancient bronze dragon or ancient copper dragon, one or the other.
Ancient Kappa dragon. Whenever deals damage to a player, roll a d20. You create that many treasures.
So the idea is that you can get this off Magda right before your turn, then swing and get the 10 treasures you need to get Clock of Omen and Universal Automaton. But in the middle of that, you can now get the Cavern Horde Dragon, which immediately attacks, getting you 5 treasures. The 5 treasures you spent to get the Cavern Dragon out, and you can get Ancient Copper Dragon as well. So it's just kind of a free dragon off of Magda.
Right. Potentially 5 treasures.
Yes, you don't get it out unless it's 5. That's
Right.
you're not gonna do that.
Yeah. But it's sick. It's great. I don't think it's tech that slots into every list, but I do think it could slot into a lot of lists. It's great ramp. It's great damage. Most decks will have better things to do than run this out. I think Magda makes sense, but otherwise, I like it a lot.
Yeah, and I think other decks that care about mana will probably run it like Godo.
Yeah, it's true. Anything else from Red audience?
That's it for
Will?
red for me.
That's how I feel too. It's
Yeah.
a good Tibet blocker. I like this a lot in Magda. The black commander makes gold in the red player aura. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that was Makar and
Mm-hmm.
Curse of Opulence. Yeah,
Bloodblade says this card belongs in Magda 100%.
yeah.
I agree. So green, nothing from green.
For
Except
me, I have 2 cards from green.
oh yeah. So all right, I want to show you the art first that I like. I want to show you
Yeah.
what is my favorite art from the set, and then we can look at. It's a reprint. We can look at your suggestiones. This art is so damn good for Tireless Provisioner. Like the lighting on the dress, the bottom she's wearing, like the flowing, like the shadow effects, the legs shining through, like the sheer fabric. It's so well done. The art for this card is so well done, and thank God it's like on a playable card too. There are lists that will run Tireless Provisioner. This is easily my favorite art from the whole set. It's so gorgeous. Love it. Yeah. Sorry.
That is indeed some good art.
But that's it. That's all I had for green. You're gonna say something. Tell me about a pig right now. Is that what you want to
So
talk about?
I'll do the pig second, but for right now, I'm
Okay.
gonna say Arwen, Weaver of Hope.
You said Legolas Greenleaf. You want to talk about Legolas? I'm
What?
just kidding.
Who said Legolas?
I'm kidding. Sorry.
But Arwen, Weaver of Hope is kind of gross. So Arwen says whenever a creature enters the battlefield or not even whenever a creature enters the battlefield, it's just each other creature you control enters the battlefield with a number of +1/+1 counters on them equal to Arwen the Weaver's toughness. If you buff Arwen in any way, you buff your everything. Like, you can easily just make any creature-based deck with a couple buff effects in it, and then turn it into a board of massive things. This is like a kind of a mini Hulk. I don't know if it's going to be good enough for cEDH, but in casual, this card is a monster because at minimum, all of your creatures enter with a +1/+1 counter. At maximum, your creatures are entering with like +21/+21 because you Colossificationed your Arwen.
That's actually a cool setup piece too for any of your like, what is it? What is the one, the Gyre Sage or Incubation Druid? Which is the one that evolves and like if it has 1/1/1 counter on it, it does the thing, right?
Incubation Druid.
Right, that's cool. Like, just that by itself is quite good. The counter allocation is good for a lot of things. I guess you could use something like you can cast your Walking Ballista for 0 and have a 1/1. Right? There's some cool setups here. I like it quite a bit.
There's also the Crawler that says you can tap it to put a counter on it and remove a counter to make a mana. If you do that in Temur Sabertooth, that's infinite mana.
Wait,
picking it up and putting it down with like 20 counters, and then you remove counters from it to make mana to pick it up and put it down.
What's it called again?
I need to find it. It's a Crystalline Crawler.
Oh, yes.
So, if you have Crystalline Crawler and Temur Sabertooth, and you have a way to make it enter with at least 6 counters, that's infinite ETB and LTBs. If you have a way to make it enter with 7 counters, that's infinite. And it's always going to enter with at least 1 because you're paying green for it. So, actually, it's going to enter with a 5 because you can make it tap for all 5 colors for itself. So that means that you just need this to enter with how many counters? You just need this to enter with like a handful of counters to start it off. And then you'll make it so that it enters with 5 counters on base, and you can use the 5 to do almost everything to bounce it back. So it just needs to enter with 2 off of Arwen. So it's an infinite combo for that.
Well, and you would probably want to run like your Mindless Automaton in there. You can run the Horse that also removes counters. It's for colorless though, right?
Yep. And then you can run Walking Ballista and stuff like that, because if you have it enter with a lot of counters, you're just going to be doing some dumb stuff. And then you run equipment, buff effects, that kind of thing.
Don't forget the Cryptolith Trilobite.
Yeah.
Try this guy. This is also good. You can add mana for activated abilities. That's fun.
Yeah, just only activated abilities though. Yeah. Sad.
Right. So yeah, it's good.
I like it a lot. Can do some gross things. Figured I'd bring that up. But the other green card, and this is another one that I think has either a ton of potential or no potential, and it's Prized Pig. So, Prized Pig is 1 and a green, and it taps for any color mana. But it also says, when you gain life, put that many prize counters on it, and if you have 3 or more prize counters on it, remove all the counters and untap it. This has some kind of infinite combo somewhere. I don't know what it is, but like, even if it isn't infinite, it'll make a lot of mana if you have any kind of life gain. There's potential here.
All right, audience, give me the Prize Pig combo. We're gonna make a Prize Pig deck. We are gonna
gain 3 life for 1 mana. Let's go.
Right, we're getting all the ribbons this year, audience. This is a request. This is an official LGG request. If you can give me a Prize Pig combo, I will give you the deck for it. How about that? Is that a fair shake?
Yeah.
Help me break the Prize Pig. Help me get the blue ribbon. All right.
I mean, hey, you can use it with Aetherflux Reservoir and then make the 1 mana to cast Sensei's Divining Top off of the top of your library. So this can be your cost reduction for Sensei's Divining Top.
I guess.
That's one use for it.
Sure. Yeah, this is it really cracks Sensei's Divining Top. Is that what you're
saying?
Right?
Yeah.
All right, Prize Pig. It's a thing. But not officially yet. You guys need to help us. So I got a few cards. Raise the Palisade. Is that might be something lower on the list, and we'll get to that. We've got Multicolor to go through. Walking Ballista Heliod kind of to
Raise
make.
the Palisade is a blue, so we skipped. I think. Yeah, we skipped blue.
Yeah,
But it's
yeah.
a. I can read it off. 4 and a blue for a sorcery. Choose a creature type. Return all creatures that aren't that type to their owner's hands. Interesting board wipe. 5 mana feels like it's a bit slow, but if you're running a tribal deck, it's nice.
Yeah, it is definitely costly. Walking Ballista Heliod to make Prize Pig get infinite mana, kinda. That's the only thing I can think of. But you're already winning with that combo, so fair. Yeah. You don't need to busy that combo anymore. But I do like the thought. I think we're good to move away from green. I want to very quickly go over our multicolored ones here. We have Eowyn, who we've already touched on, but she's good. Eowyn is very good. Oh, should look at the Proudfoot Pat. What was the name of the card? I'm sorry. I'll look at Proud Feet. Feasting Hobbit. Is it worth it? Let me work it. For a generic and a green, Devour Food 3, 2/2. Creatures with
Oh,
power less than Feasting Hobbit's power can't block. As it enters the
it can
battlefield,
do
you
stuff.
yeah, enter the battlefield, sacrifice food. This creature enters the battlefield with that 3 times that many +1/+1 counters. That's pretty funny. I think that in a food-centric Savala list, you might have something here. In a food-centric Savala list, this might be the win. Thank you. Thank you for sharing that with me. I'm not sure it's anything we're going to be manipulating anytime soon, but let me know if there's a combo there too. But prize pick first. That's the important one.
Oh, I have something that's not a combo, but it's really good value that you might like, Pat.
Oh.
Prize Pig and Sithis. You
Ooh,
gain life
yeah,
off
yeah,
of
yeah,
Sithis every
yeah.
time you cast an enchantment. So if you cast like 3 enchantments,
Ooh.
you get 1 mana.
It's like our there's so many engines in red that do this. Like whenever you cast insert or sorcery, what's that one that makes like red mana? But yeah, this is like our version of that for Sithis. That's so funny.
Urbrask, Bergi, Runaway Steamkin,
Runaway
and
Steamkin is
Stormkiln Artisan. Those are the
right.
4.
Oh damn, that's some sweet tech for Sithis. There you go. Prize pig tech for Sithis. All the Sithis decks need to run it. Go out, buy one today. Link in
I
the
mean,
description.
it's not terrible. It's like 1 extra mana, but it will get you more than 1 mana a turn usually. It's like mini Bloom Tender.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, still run Bloom Tender over this,
Yes,
but
no questions, run Bloom
okay.
Tender.
Or better yet, the one that makes mana based off the amount of enchantments you control. But
It's funny if you have the enchantresses that say when an enchantment enters your battlefield or when you cast one you gain a life. If you have 3 of those, you make a mana every single time you get an enchantment.
mhm, mhm.
So that would be a good way to storm off with the pig.
Pig Storm, Prize Pig Storm.
Yeah.
Pup Stomp definitely suggested something that we suggested last time we covered this, but yes, it does combo with Breath of Fury because the creatures are hasty. So yeah, at the beginning of coming on your turn, if another human entered the battlefield under your control, this turn create 2/2/2 red human knight creature tokens with trample and haste. So yeah, that works. You get to do the thing. Breath of Fury attaches to another. You sacrifice the creature it's on. It attaches to another creature. After this phase, there's an additional combat phase. You untap things and go to town.
You're
Yeah,
in white, so you can tutor it as well. So
right. Yep. It is an enchantment. Then if you have 6 or more humans, draw a card. She's a 5/4 for 5 with first strike and a really solid ability that has draw attached to it. So I think she's quite good. Is she better than anything else in Jeskai? I like having combos in the command zone that also happen to draw. So yeah, it does value humans though. So make sure you run your Drannith Magistrate or whatever else you need. And so far as did you have anything else on Eowyn? I feel like we covered her pretty well before, but sort of the big to do.
Yeah, it's just Eowyn. Eowyn is Eowyn. I have 1 multicolor card that I like from the set, and then 1 land that I like from the set. So there's not a lot more for me to cover.
Is it this one? Is it Farmer Cotton?
No,
Because that's what I want to bring up. All right,
you can
here.
bring that up.
Here, let's get really close. Let's get really close, like we did earlier. That's good right there. Farmer Cotton for X in Selesnya. Legendary creature Halfling Peasant. When Farmer Cotton, you can get a little bit closer. You can get closer to me. Okay, there you go. When Farmer Cotton enters the battlefield, create X/1/1 white Halfling creature tokens and X food tokens. Does this not combo with Food Chain?
I mean, yeah, you make infinite 1/1s, I guess. So,
And
actually, does it?
infinite food.
No, because you have to keep paying more mana, so it does not combo with Food Chain.
Right, but no, but like, don't you get 1 plus the creature's cost?
No, no, no. So if you pay 4 mana with this, let's say you pay 4 mana,
Okay.
so that means that you need to pay 6 mana to get the same setup next time. So you pay 4 mana, and then you get 2 tokens, so you get 2 mana back, or 2 halfling tokens, and you get 3 mana off exiling your commander. So you paid 4 mana for 5, but you need to have 6 to be able to continue. So you're 1 short.
The dream is dead. I've got nothing for this.
No
I
food
just tossed it out there because I thought very loosely, like, hey, this might Food Chain a thing. Very bad at that. But there you go. Farmer Cotton. What do you want to talk about?
Bilbo. Bilbo birthday celebrant.
Farmer Cotton is kind of strong with double ETBs and token creators. It do. Yeah. Bilbo
birthday celebrant's also very directed. We don't have to say a ton about him. You just mix him with soul sister effects, and then
Bilbo? Yeah.
Yeah, you gain a lot of life. Once you gain enough life, win the game. In the command zone. It's good. Not a lot to say. Like, there's potential. He's kind of Protean Hulk in the command zone. That's it.
Well, what if you had KCI and Food Chain?
That would work. I think that would work because does just KCI get there actually?
Oh, because of the foods? Because you can't sacrifice cotton.
So let's see. So then you pay 6. No, but it still doesn't get around the
colored mana.
The tax part of it. Yeah, it doesn't get around the tax because you're not making mana equal to the mana or you're not making things equal to the mana you spent. It's equal to X. So you'll always be losing mana every time.
Right. Well, I just want it to work.
I know.
It's not good. Ashnod's the halfling tokens. Right. Well, but when you need the Selesnya, though, I don't know. Guys, we're focused on the wrong thing. We're trying to make the prize pig work here, okay? We're not trying to make it work. Don't fixate on something that isn't there, okay? Like I did. Prize pig, there's something there. Bilbo payoff, like you said, fine deck. Anything else that you want to talk about multicolor?
Nothing in multicolor. I just have 1 land to talk about because it makes a bunch of decks weirdly efficient.
Me too. Did we name the same land? Let's see. No artifacts, sadly. Did I just skip the lands? Aren't the lands at the very bottom? Yeah. There's just the 1 land, the Black Gate.
Yep, the Black Gate.
As the Black Gate enters the battlefield, you may pay 3 life. Bolt yourself, baby. If you don't, it enters tapped. Ooh, that's smart. Tap for a black. That's if you bolt it yourself. Oh, but you can pay a generic, tap it, pay black, and tap it. Choose a player with the most life or tied for the most life. Target creature can't be blocked by creatures that player controls this turn. Quite effective evasion, you say. I like it a lot. It's just a new utility. A bolt to the face never hurt nobody. Well, that's not true.
I will say, completely ignore every single piece of text on this card other than gate, and the only reason why I say that is guess how many gates we have in 2-color decks right now. If you can mix and match gates to set up a 2-color deck, excluding Black Gate, the number of decks you can run is 9. So now if you're in black plus another color, you can run 10 gates for Maze's End. So Black Gate has made any 2-color deck that runs black a potential Maze's End deck if you want to run that.
So, you know what's funny? I completely skipped over the fact that this is a gate.
Yeah.
which, you know, it's in the name. So I guess one would assume. But it's pretty damn good. Wait, before I continue down that path, though, I did want to read off Sam Loyal Attendant plus Prized Pig, some card I haven't thought of yet, probably combos. Thank you, Bloodblade. Academy Manufacturer. Academy Manufacturer can do a ton. Yes. Nine Fingers Keen's Time to Shine. Nine Fingers Keen Time to Shine, unblockable too.
Oh, yeah, nine fingers is the Sultai Gate commander.
Stop. Ooh. Ooh. Wait. Should this be our next brew? Should we make a gate deck? How does this work? Hold up. That's a lot of life to pay. 4/4 Menace. Whenever Nine Fingers Keen deals combat damage to a player, look at the top 9 cards of your library. Wow, 9's really the word here. You may put a gate card from among them into the battlefield. Then, if you control 9 or more gates, put the rest into your hand. Otherwise, put the rest... Well, I mean, if you control...
You draw 8. You draw 8 if you have enough gates.
9, though. But if you had 9, don't you just win? Or if you control 10 or more?
Yep, so Maze's End says that you need to have 10 or more decks in play. Or 10 or more gates in play to win the game.
10 or more decks. Yes.
But
wait, okay.
So there's more gates, and every single time a gate is printed, I'm like, okay, how close are we to having like an actual good gate deck?
Do we have all the gates necessary for Keen?
For Keen?
Yeah. Hold up. Wait, I want to do this.
We have enough gates to make a 2-color Maze's End win, as long as it runs black. So we have exactly 10 gates in any 2-color black deck.
In exactly 2-colored black deck, but we've got...
So like black plus another color can Maze's End.
Right, but Keen just gets one more. I guess Keen might have already had that threshold.
Keen has, I think, like 13 gates that Keen can run.
I'm looking at it now. Enters the battlefield tapped, though, is like common on a lot of these. I totally want to do this. Has someone done this?
I think so. Like I've brewed it before, and I know that other people thought about it. Yeah. So how many gates is that in total?
That's 13. Baldur's Gate.
Oh, I got that right perfectly.
There's some cool gates in here too. Heap Gate. Heap Gate's kind of cool.
Heap Gate is cool. Gone Gate is insane. And then you have Baldur's Gate.
That is sick, dude. Yeah, Baldur's Gate's great. Obviously, Baldur's Gate should have to be good.
Yeah, Baldur's Gate and Gone Gate are fantastic, just because all of your gates enter the field untapped, and then also make it so that you get a ton of ramp.
Did I miss Thran Portal? What the hell is Thran Portal? Enters battlefield tapped unless you control 2 or fewer lands.
It's people missed Thran Portal initially. I was hyped about it. I'm like, oh, do we have enough for 2-color yet? And it's like, no, we just got a land, so that now we can do 2-color gates.
Right. Yo, that's so goofy. I've always wanted to win with Maze's End, but I haven't like kept up to speed with it. So 9 Fingers is probably the deck then.
Probably. It's any kind of like a land ramp commander that you can think of would be just generally good, but 9 Fingers makes so that once you get nearly enough gates, you start drawing a ridiculous number of cards. Like you just go like, oh yeah, put a gate into play and then get the other 8 to hand. Repeat. I have enough cards that I can control out the game. Good game.
Yeah, I'd be curious to see the list that would actually win a game. I mean, you're an interesting part of the color pie. You've got green at least. I feel like you would want red for additional combats. But then again,
I mean, you could go extra turns instead of extra combats if you really want.
Right. I feel like the extra turns is important though, because most of the gates come into play tapped, right? So if you extra turn it untaps and then you have mana next turn to do another spell. I kind of want to do this, but I feel like it's probably been done. It's probably not that good because I haven't heard anyone talking about it, like singing its praises on the interweb. So anyway, that's it for lands, unless anyone else has a land they want to talk about. I don't think there are anymore. But any other card from the set in total, let us know. Favorite reprints, favorite art, favorite whatever. Feel free to leave that in the comments after this video, or in the chat right now. But guys, I think that covers it. You hung around for 4 hours with us. Bless you. Thank you. This is a long one, much longer than I anticipated. Will, any final thoughts on the set?
I mean, I'm looking forward to brewing a couple different things from this, and I'm trying to find the new hot gate deck. I'm looking through some stuff, and I think Aranus plus a black background might be the thing I try out.
Oh, yes, please, 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 please. Leave that list in my hands so I can share it with the audience here, because I'm sure people would be curious to try that out too, potentially. But guys, thank you for joining us on this review. I think it was thorough. I think we can say that it was thorough. Hopefully, this provided you all with enough information to make all of your card buying decisions. If you'd like to help the channel, you can do those through the affiliate link in the description. You don't have to, but good luck with your pre-releases. You could I think we've just determined that you could skip buying any of the Precons, sadly. Don't tell Watsy. There are some singles in there, though, you'd want to pick up. The set itself, though, is just full of bangers. All bangers. Really, there's a lot of good stuff in there. Good luck pulling the Orcish Bowmasters. That is like, that will be the cash card from the set. And extremely playable in any of your commander lists that incorporate black. So good luck pulling that. Again, I'm Patrick Marlette, your local game guy. I'm going to read some of these comments before I send you off. Fun time, says Bloodblade. Thank you. Thanks for a stream. I've been at the airport with a layover for 4 hours. My gosh. Well, I'm sorry we had to end here, but I'm glad this was able to entertain you while you're awaiting. Hopefully your layover doesn't last much longer, and safe travels, honestly. Douglas Johnson, first time watching you all. I enjoyed it thoroughly. Thank you, Douglas. I really appreciate that. Feel free to leave a like and subscribe if you haven't. Alex Duran, I need to go back and watch from the start. Yeah, there was a lot of the bulk of the really good content, I would say. We saved the best for first. Bad decision on our part. But there was a lot of cool stuff we talked about in the beginning. There's a lot of great stuff here. Thanks, man. You're welcome, James. See you guys. Pleasure chatting with you.